Really?
Was a short guy from the big bit.
Arinda?
That was my uncle.
He's good.
I love Billabong. That cold finger just like California.
Because in the World Cup, when they have to fall like before, more than do this, on the other side of the wicket, and then they stand up.
I used to like boxing.
Anyway, guys, you can start up. Billy!
Okay, studio standby. We should be coming to you shortly. The umpires are out. We're coming to you shortly. Stand by.
Number one is the main shot.
No, I have no control. I just hear the music.
The second shot. Too much.
We are?
Charge me live.
No, you're on one on.
So we could go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome to the Sunday edition, the second match in this year's APL T20 league for this live and lively right here from the James Ronald Webster Park with the match slated for today. The Beamers, they will be coming up against the Razor Massive, sorry. The Razor Massive, they will be coming up against the Pointers. And as I go over to my right and I say good afternoon, these two teams are picking up from where they would have left off in last year's tour. like you mentioned, the likes of Oliver Walker and the likes, certainly sure that they will be in with a chance to put a score here on the board that can pose a challenge to the Razor Massive as well.
There's also the man Newman. That's Tarek Newman. He's a St. Kitts youth player, played for the St. Kitts youth side, as we're seeing that it will be the Razor Massives will be bowling from the commentary box, and for I think that's Eversley Brown will be taking the new ball for them. The Razor Massives, they have of course the man Ashana Hodge, who scored heavily in last year's tournament. He is also a medium pace bowler. He may be taking the new ball as well, just a suspicion. They also have the man Rolando Wright, who's a very good left arm off spinner who could prove dangerous. He may be probably the most premier spinner we would have seen thus far in the tournament.
And as well, too, we can't forget the likes of the veteran Lanville Harrigan, the former. He would, we would like for him to be, but he's still got an eye for the ball and can put them over the boundary as well. So all in all here, I think this is going to be a keenly contested match as we just await some, preliminary, housekeeping duties, so to speak. The wicket keeper has gone to just get maybe just a little bit of gear.
I think they'll be changing wicket keepers. We know that it was Challenger who first had on the wicket keeping gear, but Kishana Richardson, he does deputize as a wicket keeper, and he'll be putting on the keeping uniform right now. So we're just waiting on Kishan to get changed, and we will be able to start this keenly contested contest as Sean Hodge makes his way onto the field as well. Final checks being made by the umpires, and both batsmen getting acquainted with this brand new playing surface, a completely remodeled playing surface that, as I was informed, will only get better as the tournament goes on. And with how good it looked yesterday, it does promise to be a very, very good pitch. A lot in it for both bat and ball.
Certainly. And just to take you back, yesterday we would have kick-started this tournament for 2022. We had the Beamers. They came up against the Foreign Stars, the Beamers, and their turn at bat scored 110 all out. And
as we are just moments away now from the start of this one, Damari Prince will be taking first strike. Kishan is behind the stumps, and Eversley Brown will be momentarily making his way up to his mark. Deep third man, deep fine leg, the two men out. One slip, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on. Now a cover goes into place. So it's a backward point, a cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep fine leg, deep third man, and a single slip as it's Eversley Brown from the commentary box end. He'll be bowling right arm over the wickets, breaks into his run now. Brown into bowl to Prince, and to this delivery. Prince was trying to turn into the leg side, but it is down the leg side. It will be a wide, and we have gotten the scoring off. It's one without loss, without the delivery bowled. Brown with a much more abbreviated run-up. Just trying to work on controlling the new ball. Eversley Brown, once again, 23 on his back, runs away from us now, into ball to Damari Prince, and it's a much better line and extra cover, it will not be any run. One without loss here after just one delivery bowled, as it's the Razor Massives. They are taking on the Pointers F's, the Pointers, the Razor Massives from Island Harbour, Pointers from Boyne Point. Eversley Brown into ball to Prince again, and Prince and driven down towards mid-on, past the mid-on fielder. It will just race into the boundary here for 4. It was a gentle full toss, and Prince said, "Thank you very much." Down to the boundary, 4 runs.
A gentle full toss and the pads, and Prince just pushing that left leg and just pushing it on the onside for 4, showing that he has been playing some cricket as well, not missing the opportunity, but badly lined here by Brown.
Damari Prince with a very good stroke, as it's Brown into ball to Prince. That's a much better. It's Eversley Brown, now past the umpire into ball to Damari Prince, and Prince is forward and leaves this one alone. Kishon Richardson does the glove work, so at the end of over number 1, it is a 7 without loss.
So at the end of over number 1 in this encounter here this afternoon, 7 without loss. We just had an over ball there by Eversley Brown. We know Brown to be in previous years of very much express pace, but this time just coming off of a gentle run up and putting the ball in target, aside from the wide and that badly lined ball that was struck on the onside for 4. In all, you could feel comfortable with the first over, just allowing some 7 runs in this encounter. Prince looked the part, getting to the line and getting to the pitch as well, leaving that last delivery alone, and showing us that he is seeing it and seeing it as well as he can at the start of this innings.
So for the first time in this APL, we'll also be seeing Tariq Newman. Newman, aforementioned former St. Kitts and Nevis youth player.
So is he residing in Anguilla?
I'm exactly certain. We'll have to do my due diligence on him, but I think it will be Rolando Wright will be taking up the attack from the polyclinic end. Right, a left-arm off-spin bowler. He did bowl extremely well in It's going to be right now into ball to Newman, and it's short, but Newman tried to cut, but the pace was a bit too hot for him there. Throw to wicketkeeper Keyshawn Richardson. Right, he does like to bowl a bit faster in the power play. This is in again into ball to Newman, who's back and trying to cut, but straight to Ashawn Hodge, who is at backward point. There will be no run. It's a long on and a deep middle wicket with 2 men back for Tariq Newman. Also has a short fine leg and a mid-wicket in the circle. Right, into ball to Newman, and Newman is trying to heave it down towards the long on fence, but good stopping.
The bowler has been very good.
Right again into ball to Newman, who's back and cutting furiously. That one racing to the point boundary for 4 runs.
Certainly good shot there, typical left-hander shot, just easing the back on the back foot and just punching that one, and it raced across the outfield and into the boundary for 4 there. And just as he would have wanted to start here this afternoon, getting off with 4 runs and making sure that he got good connection on that one as well. There's no chance for the fielders there at all.
The line was a bit too wide from right. As right is in again to Bolton Newman. That's a much better line, forcing Newman to only cut it back to the bowler. He will not get any runs. The length from right is a bit risky because it's shorter, but he has to be straight with it to force the batsman into uncomfortable shots. Right again to Newman. Short again, and again it forced Newman to try and cut, but it turned a bit off the surface and it choked him up just a bit there. So at the end of over number 2, the pointers, they are 11 without loss.
And yes, as did Eversley Brown after he was pushed for 4, right, coming back strongly to close out the end of the over there, and just tucking up Newman just a little bit after he would have played an exquisite drive through the outfield there for 4 runs, coming back nicely and tucking him up and keeping, getting the ball a lot more closer to him and not giving the room on the width that he would have wanted.
Brown now into ball to Damari Prince, and Prince is driving down to mid-on, but straight to the fielder. He will not get a run. Speaking of the man on the right, he was miserly last season, only going at an economy rate of 5.16, picking up 7 wickets. But it's Eversley Brown. Passes the umpire into ball to Prince, and Prince is pushing into the offside, trying to get a quick single. He will be able to do so with alertness by Tariq Newman. Score moves on to 12. 12 without loss in the course of over number 3. As for the first time, Eversley Brown will have to bowl to the left-hander and Tariq Newman. Field shifts over, so does the umpire. As Sean Archie is trying to decide whether he wants 4 men on the leg side or just the 3. He decides to go with 3. So it's a short extra cover and the cover being put in place. So Eversley Brown bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Brown breaks into his jog now. Past the umpire into ball to Newman, and Newman is driving down to mid-off. He will not get, yes, he will get a run because it was a misfield there. He got down well, but the ball passed through his legs, and they can scamper through for a single.
Yes, got down in the approved fashion there, but not able to gather it as he would have wanted. And the ball just trickling to the back of him and allowing the batter to run through for a single.
Brown now into ball to Damari Prince, and Prince is trying to drive but gets this one off the top of the bat. It just trickles down to backward point for no run. Of course, the Rhythm Masters without Viglev Gums in this tournament. He was one of their leading wicket takers and one of their better pace bowlers. He picked up 6 wickets last tournament. Not around for this one, as here comes Brown again to bowl to Prince, and Prince's backhand defensively pushing to extra cover will not get a run. It's been a good over from Eversley Brown thus far.
Yes, certainly it's been a good over by Brown, coming back nicely.
Brown into ball to Prince, and Prince is getting this one off the edge. It flies past first, slip down to the third man boundary. They will get a single. But Prince was going for a very big heave into the leg side, swinging maybe a bit too hard. And at the end of the over, another very good over from Eversley Brown. Slow start for the pointers. It's 14 without loss after 3.
It's 14 without loss after 3, and the batsmen are just getting too a little bit too aggressive in terms of trying to play their shots. So we saw Prince after that on drive for 4 has certainly not looked as assured of himself as he would like to be. Just rushing the shots off of good bowling from Brown, I must say, coming back in this over and just allowing some 3 runs off of that, his second over. The batters will certainly need to know for a fact that they still have time on their hand. They're not chasing a score. They're just about setting a score and will want to settle down a bit more, judge the pace and the bounce of the ball and try to play each ball and its merit and try to look for the loose balls as they come their way.
It's going to be Rolando Wright, the left arm spinner, who'll be going between umpire and stumps to the right-handed Damari Prince. Changing the field, it's a long off and a deep mid wicket. The 2 fielders on the boundary. As Rolando Wright, the man they call Bob, is into ball to the Murray Prince. This one directed down towards the leg stump, and the Prince pushes to mid wicket for no run. Right. Back again into ball to the Murray Prince, and the Prince is trying to guide one down to short third man, but he will not get a run either. As Wright, he's in again. And into ball to Damari Prince, and again Prince doesn't have much room, but he will tuck it in towards the vacant square leg area for a single.
You're just tucking it there into the onside there and picking up an easy single. And I guess from that second over, just saying maybe I just need to just be patient and try to play the best of my innings as best as I can, not to give it away so early in the start of this innings.
Right to Newman. This one is shorter and wider, and Newman heaves it up and over the mid-off area. He will get 4 runs.
Well, yes, like he would have started and from ball 1, making sure that he gets good contact, and this time he did. Man down there and the long off boundary certainly didn't have a chance. We're probably just in a little too far, and that ball just fell over his head and dropped into the boundary for 4 good runs.
Right again into Bolton Newman, and Newman is heaving this one. It goes high. There's a man coming in, a man going back, and it falls right in between the 2 of them. A risky shot from Newman. He didn't get any of that one. It just went high, but luckily for him, the long one was back and the mid-off was up, and it fell between the 2 of them.
Yes, and almost it appears as if the wind was holding up the ball. I thought the fielder could have gotten a lot closer to it, but in the end it fell in between the 2 fielders there, and they only got a single. Certainly sure that 2 runs could have been had there.
Right to the Mario Prince, and Prince is forward, pushing down towards a short third man. He will not get any runs. So that's the end of 4 overs. It's been pretty economical thus far, and at the end of 4, it is the Pointers who are 20 without loss.
At the end of 4 overs, the Pointers is 20 without. Ball hit high in the air.
Without loss. Over number 4. It's very overcast here, and in fact we are seeing the rains just to the west of us seem to be coming in. It's Wesley Brown with number 23 on his back, rolls the ball on his trousers, looks around and show that his fielders are in the place and he's ready to go. Here is Brown, move away from us. Here the commentator's booting to bowl to the left-handed Newman. Newman is driving to extra cover, can't score. The man in attendance there is Sean Hodge. Say welcome and good evening to the man next to me. You know him as Sambo. You'll hear from him in just a while. New kid on the block. Welcome him to the commentary team. It's Brown. From this commentator's booth end, moves away to bowl to Newman. Newman to this delivery is, getting a good one of one that is jumping on him, looking to stay past backward point. Didn't get an edge. Fortunate for him. Score remains on 20. 20 for no loss. We say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, those who are locked in with us. Here is Brown to bowl to Newman. Newman to this delivery is pushing this one. Short middle. Can't score. Score remains on 20. It's been that kind of day here in Anguilla. A very overcast, mucky day. Very murky. Here is Brown again to bowl to Newman. And Newman to this delivery is walking down the track and driving handsomely. This is going to get close to the fence. In fact, you can give up the chase now. It goes into the fence. That goes away to the long off long for 4.
Yeah, that was a very good shot by Newman. He played it with explicit glory. He tried to chase it, but the ball won the battle into the boundary for 4 runs.
Good looking stroke there from Newman, showing some aggression. We are in number 5 and with 1 over remaining in the power play, with only the fine leg and 2 men allowed out, and we have the 3rd man and fine leg. Now there is some adjustment. They're asking and the long off to go on the fence, and the 3rd man is going to come up on the 30-meter ring, 30-yard ring. Here is Brown to bowl to Newman. Bowl to Newman. Newman is driving again. This one, it's getting a quad bounce there. The man had shortened it up and sticks it on the body. Can't prevent the single, and Newman moves on by 1, and the total to 25. So Newman is on 15, Prince is on 9. Total in the 5th over is 25. Scoring just about 5 runs and over. They will have to look to up the tempo, but they're setting a nice foundation. Here is Brown to bowl to Prince, the right-handed batsman Prince. Prince is pulling this one well, 4 runs.
Yes, he played it over the leg side into the boundary for 4. And that is his trademark stroke. He played it very well in the air, but safe to the boundary for 4 runs.
That's the end of over number 5. And Points using the power play advantage. No man back there at square, and place it well backward of square, and it raced over this very fast outfield here at the James Webster Park. Went away for 4. With 1 over him in the power play. It's 29 for no loss. Remember yesterday, the opening day of season 2 of the APL. It was the Beamers, one of the last year's finalists, who took on the newcomers, the Foreign Stars. And the Foreign Stars really made a good showing, dismissing Beamers for 110, and made very light work of that, bringing up their first victory of the tournament. Starting on a good footing, and so really staking a claim and making a name for themselves. It's going to be a bowling change from the far end. And it's...
He has no...
That seems to be Brian is going to be taking up the bowling attack from the far end. It's going to be bowling to the left-handed batsman of Newman. Newman, not bad at all. He's an all-arounder. He's an all-arounder. And I really think that he's better with the ball than the bat. He's not a bad batsman at all, but you will see him in the second innings, and he has, has come through the ranks of youth cricket for St. Kitts. Here is Run to bowl to Newman to this delivery. Newman is getting on a shot. And he gets it on the offside. Looking for a single wicket. Oh! And no backing up there. Challenger was coming in to the stumps. And the Challenger had to take evasive action. The ball goes into the fence and away for 4.
Yes, no one was backing up at the time, and that ball just went into the boundary 5.
5 runs added to the total. 5 runs to Newman. Newman moves on to 20. Newman moves on to 20 and the total to 34. 34 for no loss.
We are in the 6th over, 34 for no loss. They are going very steady. It will put them just about 124 runs if they continue at that pace.
Well, they really have to step it up. They will be looking to step it up with the likes of Leon Lake and Delano Mossington and the likes to come. Have a really good batting lineup. Walker, we saw him last time around. We know he can really hit a big ball. Well, the rings are with us. The umpire said it's not enough to trouble us, so we're going to play cricket still. Spring stops away at the crease to this delivery. Prince is leaving one alone. Outside the line of the off, some good delivery. Good line, good length. Prince, shoulder and arms. Decision not to play. Kishan Richardson with number 19 on his back, doing the keeping duties for the Massive. It's Prince again, taps away, waits over to this delivery. Oh, he's falling over. And Prince pushing through the onside, can't score.
Yes, he used the extra energy, so he fell flat in doing that delivery. But there's a slight drizzle coming down, and umpire say it is okay to play still.
Yes, so well okay, and this looks like a blow over. And here is a Prince again, taps away at the crease. Waits for run. He's hitting this one, it's in the air, he's shot!
Oh.
Straight in, straight out. Challenger straight into his hands. Straight into his hands. And it goes down. Challenger, the guilty party there. And Prince lives to fight on. Not a better opportunity would have asked on the brink of what we think is going to be a break. Here is going to bowl to Prince. Prince is looking to pull. No ball, call and signal. No ball. So the total moves on to 1 to 35. 35, no ball. It's going to be a free hit. Prince is going to enjoy this. Prince with a free hit. Prince stops away. And he looks. Is he going to make use of it? He hits it high and hard. Is it going to go all the way? It has. High and hard, handsome over long off. It goes away for 6. And what a glorious stroke. What a way to respond.
Yes, he played a very good hook shot here over mid-off into the boundary for 6. Yes, he should have been out a ball ago. But Challenger dropped that catch, and he's paying the penalty for it.
Yes, Challenger. We'll have to start counting now. That is 7 runs. 7 runs. No ball. That's 1 run. 6 runs. So you will have to start counting. These are runs that Challenger will have to make. He owes the team. Prince hitting one straight down his throat, and he dropped it. Prince stops away. And to this delivery, he's punching well. Runs written all of over this one. And it's 4 more. That's a glorious stroke. Well, the outfield are not very accommodative to right. And in the end, right, diving to his left. Couldn't make the save, and the ball races away over this fast, very fast. James Warner Webster Park outfield, and it goes away for 4.
Yes, he played that cut shot very well indeed. There was 4 runs written over it from the time it left the bat. A very good shot indeed.
Prince moves on to 23, the total to 45 at the end of over number 5. And challenger has 4 more added. That is now 11 to his total that he would have to compensate the team for. That's one thing that you don't want to do. You don't want to drop any catches. No feeling want to. But there are some batsmen that you just do not want to drop. Prince is one of the likes.
You see,
He's
when
a very stubborn youngster.
You see, when a catch comes to you, you have to try your best to hold on to it, because it costs the team. That is runs you have to score yourself when you should have been dismissed a few balls ago.
Yes, it causes the morale in the team to drop at times. That's not what the Razor Massive would want, though. They would want to pick their heads up and say that that's in the past. That's all in the past, and let's get on with the game. It's 45 for no loss.
So they are scoring at exactly 9 runs and over.
Here is Brown to bowl to Newman to this delivery. Newman is playing it in the offside. He's going to get a single. Can't stop the single. Moves on to 21 Newman. With him, his opening partner is on 23. The total is 46. 46 for no loss. 46 for no loss. It is Brown who waits as he sees Prince is looking around. Prince looks around the field. Brown is making some adjustments to his field. We wait. Brown is ready now. Brown runs away to bowl to Prince. Prince to his delivery. He's hitting this one. Straight back over the head of Brown. Long off. Fields. It's very straight. Sends the return. Can't prevent the single. Total moves on to 47. Prince inches on. He is on 24. Was dropped on 13.
So he has made progress from the drop, and he's ticking on very steadily here on.
Here is Brown making adjustments. Long on, long off. Deep extra cover. Here is Brown to bowl to Newman. Newman is hitting this one in the air, but short of the man there at short extra cover. Mid wicket, man forward of square. Man the third man boundary, a fine leg. Man at here is Newman. Newman is pushing this one to the right of Brown. You've gone for one. You're going to look for a second. Prince is coming back. Newman is going to go through, and they're going to get the second run too. Newman moves on to 24.
You see, he plays
23, sorry. Newman to 23. Prince is on 24. Total moves on to 49. 49 for no loss. Over number 7, here is Brown to bowl to Newman. Newman is hitting this one in there. True backward point. They've gone for one. The man right on the boundary goes to his right. Makes a stop. Not clean. He sends the return. Prince was interested in the second. Not Newman though. Newman said, I'm going to settle for one. That's not two, he says. The 50 has been raised. 50 for no loss. In the course of over number 7, Newman is on 24. That's 124. Here is Brown. The lone extra, then a no ball. Here is Brown to bowl to Prince. Prince is getting one of his full pitch Yorker. They've gone for one. They're going to look for a second. No, and Prince is interested, not Newman. end of over number 7, and at the end of 7 it's a 51 for no loss. Good steady going here by the Pointers.
Yeah, Pointers is going very steady. They are scoring just about 7.2 runs and over, and they are doing that with ease. That will put them to about 138 runs if they continue in that vein.
So 25 is Prince. Newman is on 24. It's 51 for 51 for no loss. It's going to be Keyshawn Richardson, who is going to take up, continue the attack from the far end. It's raining. Just a slight drizzle. It's very overcast. Field here for the right-handed Prince. Long on, long off, fine leg. And deep extra cover here is trying to bowl to Prince. Prince is getting one that is. We're hitting him on the pad. They're going to for a single, quick single. They're going to get it. A leg bye. Is it going to be a leg bye? No, no signal coming from the umpire. So that's one more to Prince. So the bowler is Kenroy Davis. Kenroy Davis, the bowler, has a little bit of juice.
It is mixed. The sun is also shining with the drizzle.
Kenroy Davis. Kenroy Davis. His second over. He's going to come right arm around the wicket to bowl to Newman. And at mid-on, going back to long on. And the backward of square is moving into a forward square on the boundary. Long fine leg. Short third, backward point, deep extra cover, mid off and long off. Here is Newman getting the slow ball, peeling off the inside edge. They've gone for one, will come back for a second quite easily. The man on the long on boundary had to move to his left and could not prevent the second run. Newman moves on to 26 and the total moves on to 55.
Yes, 55 in the 8th over, and they are going steadily here on.
Here is Davis, the ball to Newman. Newman is standing up and staring this one, looking to get it past the backward point, but Ashan is in attendance, can't score. Score remains on 55 for no loss. We are in over number 8. I'm coming close to the end of my stint, and the next voice you're going to hear as Newman pushes them on to extra cover. They've gone for one. That's all they're going to get. Newman moves on by 1 to 27, and the total to 56. The voice of the great Keystone Greaves. I'll be taking up the ball by ball. Here is Davis. Running away, passes umpire to bowl to Prince. Prince did his delivery. Oh, he's getting one that is really lifting. That's about chest height. Looking to force up one off the back foot. Could not, standing tall and looking to get it past the man there at point. Couldn't make contact, looking enough for him. Sean Richardson waiting behind the wicket. Here is Davis again to bowl to Prince. Prince is stripping this one, hitting it wide of the man long off and into the boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Lovely shot by Prince.
Yes, that was a very good stroke indeed. He played it with ease into the boundary for 4 runs.
You cannot drop Prince. So at the end of over number 8, it is 60 for no loss, and the next voice you're going to hear is that of Keystone Greaves.
Yeah, let me welcome Keystone Greaves to the microphone.
Yes, very good afternoon, listeners. We want to welcome you to the broadcast here at the James Ronald Webster Park in this contest between the Pointers and Razor Massive. It's 64, no loss. The pointer sent into bat after 8 overs completed as Tony Fleming comes into the box. Very good afternoon to you, Tony. Good afternoon to all the folks here in the ground and listening across the entire Anguilla landscape and further field. We've got Mega Charles 54, we've got Lloyd's Life, Clean Stream, Class FM, Radio Anguilla, the media broadcasters for today.
Yes, good afternoon, Keith. Yes,
Very good afternoon to you, Tony.
to the listeners again, and pretty good game on hand with that we have here, Keith, even though we've just been graced with some sprinkles at times, a bit heavier than necessary, but nothing to really curtail the game so far. And the pointers, they are going along nicely at 60 without
loss.
loss.
It's a sort of cat and mouse game between the slight drizzle and the sunshine. As we speak, the sun is beginning to win the race, if you like. Sun is coming back out here at the James Ronald Webster Park. 8 overs bowled of 20. The game starting just about 1:45. They had some slight drizzle and the ground staff being very careful and cautious to get the game underway. You're not missing any cricket at the moment. There's 2 batsmen. Tariq Newman, who's 27, 25 to Prince, the right-handed batsman. Prince was dropped on 13. A catch at mid-off that wasn't taken. So he survived. It's 60 for no wicket after 8 overs. And Ashon Hodge, the captain of the Razor Massive, looking to make some changes here. There will certainly be a change in bowling at the commentary box and the umpires today, being umpires Burton and Proctor. Those are the umpires standing in today's game. Again, we are closely monitoring the weather situation. There's a trough in our area, and it's presenting some light drizzle to parts of the island, some parts having a bit of rain, others quite normal. We are seeing the bowler, there's a change at this top end. It's going to be Shaquille Ferguson to pick it up from the commentary box end. The field pretty much spread. There's a sweep on the deep cover boundary, short third man, short backward square, mid-wicket. Mid-off wide, there's a cover point as the bowler Ferguson goes in, and this one is played nicely through the offside field out to back of the square. That's 4 runs. That's the most lovely stroke, just easing back and just steering it nicely past him on a point, and it just raced away over this green and brown turf and into the backward square boundary on the offside for 4 runs.
Certainly, Keith, a typical left-hander shot there from Newton, and I'm getting what we can say is a gift there, the first ball there from Ferguson, and really capitalizing on that one and putting it into the boundary for 4. And we've seen where the Razor Massive will have put Prince down, and whether they'll be made to pay heavily, we wait and see.
Ferguson again, he goes in, bows this one to the batsman, Newman. He swings across the line, a loud shot for LBW, but umpire Burton is not interested. This one certainly from our vantage point here seems to be pitching outside the leg stump. 31 it is to Newman and 25 to Prince as Ferguson up again. This one hits him on the pad again, hitting me outside the line of the off stump even from this distance. And even with my not too very good eyes, I can see that. We want to welcome you wherever you are. It's cricket, lovely cricket here at the James Ronald Webster Park. There's 64 for no loss, the pointers, up against Razor Massive. Yesterday, of course, the Foreign Stars scoring a fine victory over the Beamers. But there's still a lot of cricket to come in this competition. The non-striker Prince comes back into his ground as Ferguson goes in, bowling around the wicket. This one is outside the line of the off stump, nicely taken behind by the keeper. A wide will be called, has been called, and signal now. It's 65. 65 it is for no loss, the pointers in over number 9 of 20. Ferguson goes in once, one, bows this one, and he lofts this one over the bowler's head, out to a wide, long on position. The fielder comes across, will pick it up, and they should go to very easily for 2 runs. So 2 more it is to Newman. He goes to 33 now, and the score on by 2 to 67 in this over number 9. Newman settles left-handed batsman. Prince the right-handed non-strikers in as Ferguson misses his run. Will go back. The field again widely spread, sweep on the deep cover boundary. There's a point, there's a short third man. Deep backward square. Man out on the square leg boundary as Ferguson goes in and bows to this man. Newman who swings this into the onside field. It goes on the first bounce to the man at long on. He fumbles a bit, and in fact there could be a run out here if he's quick. The throw goes to the keeper's end. He doesn't take the ball off, and a short run has been signaled by umpire Burton. So in all of the confusion, the batsmen were able to get what? A single?
Single, yes.
68 it is for no loss. So you could say the fitness question coming into play here. Certainly Newman looks like he's winded. And Prince playing some skillful gamesmanship here, going down and just allowing Prince to get some air into the tank. Certainly winded, and there should have been a run out. 68 for no loss in the course of over number 9. As Ferguson goes in and bows this one outside, the off stump comes off of something. It seems to be off the keeper's pad, and it goes behind him, behind the keeper. The signal, if there's any from the... No! So it was a chance. It was a chance missed by the keeper. At the end of 9, then Ferguson goes away, walks away. Newman gets a life. He goes to 34, and it's 69. Tony Fleming for no loss, the Beamers after 9 overs.
Yes, certainly Newman and Prince, they're certainly not on the same page. His back was turned, probably just saying all I need is just a single here, but Prince was bearing down on him and he had to turn quickly, and in the end running one shot. But they would certainly need to be a little bit more on the same page, making sure that they stay at the crease, not scoring as briskly as they would like at the moment, maybe just going just a little over 7 runs and over. And I'm certainly sure with these 2 set batters, they'll look to build on what they would have started so far for the pointers. So all in all, you can say that they will certainly need to get a move on things now. The overs are running out. That was the end of the 9th over at 69 for without loss. They'll certainly need to make a move on, Keith.
Certainly, and we'll be seeing a bowling change at the Central Polyclinic end of the ground here. Central Polyclinic sign clearly displayed in the distance on the far side of the ground, the southern side of the ground. Lanville Harrigan will pick up the attack. He has number 25 on his jersey, and he'll be bowling to Newman, who's on 34. Harrigan goes in, loops this one up, is driven into the offside field, out to wide long off. The fieldsman is out there posted, that's the captain, Ashon. He comes in, fields well, and another run to Newman. He goes to 35, and it's now 70. 70 for no loss. The pointers up against the Razor Massive of Island Harbour in the second game of the APL 2022 edition of this competition. Prince, who's been on 25 for quite some time, he takes strike, looks up at Harrigan as he comes in, bowling trottlers over the offside. This one is swung out to the mid-wicket boundary. This would go pretty much close, if not it crosses the line now, and that's 4 runs. Just a loosener, thrown up, just looped up, and here we saw Prince making no mistake, swinging this one through the mid-wicket gap, and it raced away over the turf for 4 more runs. It's 74 now in the course of over number 10 for the pointers. And Prince, Darwin Prince, Damari Prince goes to 29. 29, Prince, non-striker Newman, leans on his bat. As Harrigan makes some changes to the onside. Let's see what he's doing here. He's bringing in a short mid-wicket. There's a man out at deep mid-wicket. A man out on the deep backward square. Long off, long on. As Harrigan goes in, loops this one up. It's driven back past the bowler. Straight down to long on. Another run here for Prince. He goes now to 30. And it's 75 it is. 75 for no loss. And we're in the course of over number 10. Sun is back with us in all its glory, nice blue clouds, some White puffy clouds away in the distance. It's pretty hot and steamy. Humidity certainly rising following the brief period of drizzle that we had here at the James Ronald Webster Park. And if you're anywhere near, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. As Harrigan goes in now and bows to Newman, who drives past the man at the short mid-off, out to long off the long off boundary comes Hodge, and Newman gets himself another run. I think Newman is what, Tony, 36? 37, and Prince is 35. Got it all wrong. So it's 74. 76, I think I've got it. My score's all mixed up here. 76. Harrigan goes in once more. He comes up, loops this one up. He goes back and punches this one past the man at short mid-off. Off the boundary comes, that looks like Eversley Brown. And another single for Prince. So Prince goes to 36. And it's 77 for no loss. And 37 to Newman. 36 to Prince. Newman is the batsman, the left-hander, as Harrigan comes in and bows to Newman, who slaps this one over the top in the into the offside field. But there's a man out in the deep cover boundary. He rifles the return on the first up to the keeper. And another run for Newman. So Newman is now 38. And at the end of over number 10, the pointers sent into bat by Razor Massive are now 78 for no loss. Tony Fleming.
Yes, 78 for no loss at the break, at the halfway point, just scoring 7.8 runs and over. And in this encounter, the two batsmen there in Prince and Newman, well set and on the go, but they'll certainly need to up the ante just a little bit if they will want to put up a respectable total here this afternoon. I'm certainly sure that the condition out there is certainly hot and humid for the players, and perfect timing for a water break, Keith.
Yes, certainly perfect timing as the music goes up. So the pointers looking well. 78 off 10 overs, but as Tony indicated earlier, we'll certainly need to step on the pedal a bit and get things moving. The Razor Massive team will be looking to pull things back. They've missed a few crucial chances. Certainly both batters I should say, have had chances. Prince on 13, and I think Newman when he was in the late 20s, got a life. So they will certainly need to improve on their fielding if they're to hold the pointers batting lineup back. Still to come, you've got quite a good lineup here for the pointers today. You've got Leon Lake, Randy Gomes, Garvey Lake, Delano Mussington is in there as well, Carlyle Hughes, Andrew Herbert, Richard John. Those are some of the players who will be on show here for us this afternoon. But the ground, Tony, looks good. Nice patches of green, some in sharp contrast to some very brown areas. We're going through the dry spell, as we know here in Anguilla, but it's good to see that the ground staff has done a very good job. And all the boundary markers, thanks to Digicel, right around the entire ground, looking quite nice for this second edition of the APL
certainly,
2022.
Certainly, Keith. The ground staff, they have worked feverishly in trying to not only get the pitch up to a playing standard, but also they were concentrating as well in making some greenery here with the watering of the field. And they've done a really pretty good job in bringing it to its stage as it is now, really looking nicely. In stark contrast to what we would have had last year. We had the rope and so forth. So to see those signs sponsored by Digicel and displaying the Digicel Digi app and Sports Max and all of that is certainly a spectacle here. And you know, the crowd is not as big as what we would have seen throughout the course of the tournament, but I'm certainly sure it's going to build as the tournament has been made aware throughout the general public and so on. I'm certainly sure that we'll see more persons coming into the stands as well.
Well, we'll certainly excuse folks today, being Mother's Day. I know we will excuse folks just for today, but come next week, God's willing, we should be in for some really good matches. The defending champions, the Farrington Super Sixers should be in action next weekend, will be in action next weekend, so that should be a good match. But of course, yesterday we saw a very good start by Foreign Stars beating the Beamers, a depleted Beamers team. I understand the Beamers should be coming back with some of their big guns, and in fact some of the other teams should be getting some of their star players from last year should be back. At least one or two should be back in the side last year. But congratulations certainly to Foreign Stars yesterday for that fine victory against the Beamers.
And they really played some good cricket all round. Their fielding was very good. Their bowling was really tight. And when I looked at the scoring from the Foreign Stars, they didn't score quickly. The batters didn't score very quickly, but they were consistent, all of them getting into double figures at not soaking up too many balls as well. So all in all, you could say good showing for them. We saw where the Beamers themselves were trying to find their way and using some 8 bowlers and not being able to contain the batters for the Foreign Stars. So not the Beamers team that we're accustomed to, that we would have seen last year, that had gone to the finals, and they're certainly maybe looking to retool for their next match, their next encounter coming up next weekend.
Certainly we have to say a big hail up to all our sponsors. We'll have that sponsors list. We'll share.
Yes, I do have it here,
and you can share some of them as we go along the broadcast.
Certainly.
So we're about to see the resumption of play after the break at the midpoint. 10 overs completed for the Pointers. They are 78 for no loss. 36 of those runs going to Prince, Damari Prince, and 38 going into Newman. Ferguson will continue from this, the commentary box, number 7 on his red jersey. He goes in around the wicket, bows this one outside the line of the off stump, and this will be called, yes, it's signaled now by the umpire, Burton. It's a wide. So one more to the overall total, 79 now of the Pointers for no loss, as we are in the course of over number 11. Ferguson goes in once more, loops this one up outside. This one is swung out to mid-wicket, high in the air. Will it go into the rope? He saves it, just knocks it back in, and they go through for 2 runs. Good work there by that man out at deep mid-wicket. Had to run some distance, and then he was skillfully knocked it back in. So very, very good work by the young man. That's Alric Rogers. Alric Rogers, who also doubles up, plays football as well. And 2 more runs there. 2 Pointers, they're now 81, and Newman goes now to 40. So Newman is 40, Prince is 36. Still some changes been made to the field. There's a man, there's a sweeper, there's a backward point. There's a short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. As this one is outside the off stump, comes off the outer portion of the bat, and it goes down to a very fine third man. They turn for 1, they'll be looking for 2, they trap 2 in fact, as 2 more runs to the batsman, left-handed batsman Newman. He's 42 now, and it's 83 for no loss. This is the over number. I think will be call and signal another wide. It is. It has been done so by umpire Burton. 84 it is. 84. 1 more goes into the extras column. Newman is on 40. As Ferguson goes in, bows this one outside the off stump. This is slapped straight back past the ball on the onside. The man from Long On comes in. They're hustling back for a second run, and they will get it quite easily in the end. Newman goes on by 2. He's gone now to 43. I make it, Tony? 44. And it's 86. 86 for no loss. So runs coming quite easily here for the Pointers. Certainly the massive just looks a little flat-footed. Here is Ferguson. Goes in now, bows this one outside the off. So hit high in the air. Out to long off. Wide. They just go through for a single. That should have been 2, but I think Newman is winded. He's 45, and it's now 87, Tony. Interesting cricket.
Yes,
this, I think.
Next over.
Yep, next over. The Doc will be in. Doc Bryan. The junior, I should add, will be in here. Lanville Harrigan trots across from the onside to the offside for the right-handed Prince. Prince is 36, 87 for no loss. Pointers sent into bat by Razor Massive. So we'll have a double change. I think Ralph Hodge will be coming in with Doc Bryan Jr. As Prince settles now, he's on 36, 87 for no loss. And it's Ferguson coming in now, changing his line of attack. Over the wicket now. Bows this one outside the line of the leg stump. It's swung down to back of the square. It's not picked up by the man down at back. He didn't see the ball at all. He was looking all around. Didn't see the ball at all. And he was high in the air. Had a chance if he had picked it up, maybe. But another run taken there. So one more, 37 to Prince. And it's now 88. 88 for no loss. He clearly didn't pick it up at all. The man out at that deep, what would have been the deep backward square boundary for the right-handed batsman. Newman, who's on 45. He's on strike. He's the left-hander. Around the wicket goes the bowler Ferguson, driven into the offside field. There's a man at mid-off. He fumbles and allows us allows 2 runs, in fact. So this is not good cricket. It's poor fielding on the part of the Razor Massive. Ferguson is not happy at all. He holds on to the ball. 2 more to Newman. He goes to 47, and the score's now into the 90s. It's gone to 90. 90, in fact, it's the end of the over. I didn't quite pick it up. So after 11 over, this 90, I make it for no loss. The pointers. Another word from Tony Fleming as we make the double change. Doc, after 12, okay, they'll give me an extra one. I wanted to get off so Doc could come in here. It's quite hot and humid, it's a little uncomfortable.
Certainly, Keith, not good cricket there. And both the batters and the fielders, just a while ago we see the ball being skied high. The batters, they only ran a single for that one when the fielder there were at sea, and then again we saw some misfielding here by the Razor Massive. They have the field set very, very deep as it is. Take the singles, take the twos as much as possible. We are going to limit the boundaries. Not good ply here at all from the Razor Massive.
Harrigan, Lanville comes in from the far end, and this one is driven powerfully. Gets a good stop there by Harrigan, but he's certainly wringing his fingers now. That had some power by Prince, who's 37. It's 90 for no loss. In the course of over number 12, Harrigan certainly looking at that left hand, right hand in fact. He picks up the ball now. Harrigan is a big fellow. Got down very quickly. For a man of his size, got down very quickly and prevented what could have been maybe even a boundary. It was hit powerfully and pretty straight. Prince is 37. Taps away at the crease as Harrigan comes in now and bows him outside the line of the leg stop, and he hoists that out to mid-wicket. There's a man there. He knocks it in. May have just stepped on the line. We'll just have to wait and see the umpires ruling on this one. Yep, umpire Proctor. Yeah, so just a single, just a run. 37, the third for a moment, the fielder at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, held on to that, but he floored it, knocked it back in play though. 38 it is, 91 for no loss in this over number 12.
And again there, Keith, we see where and both sides there, the batters could have easily had 2 runs for that, but only getting a single. That ball should have been caught there by the fielder, not making good judgment and not making good work at all. While he would have saved 4 runs, certainly not could have easily caught that one. Second chance of the life for Prince.
91 for no loss. Prince is 37, 47 to Newman, who's on strike. Goes in this one, he drives up this one and he's bowled. Looking to smash this through the offside field, missed it completely, and the stumps were disturbed. The stumps have been disturbed, so Lanville Harrigan finally makes the breakthrough in over number 12, getting the scalp of Tariq Newman. Bowled Harrigan for 47, and the Pointers losing their first wicket. 91 it is for 1. Tony Fleming.
Lanville Harrigan, the veteran, that he is really doing a number there on the well-said batter there in Newman, bowling him all ends up and really drawing force blood. The first wicket for the Razor Massive with the score on 91 for 1. We've seen the entrance of the number 10, that's Oliver Walker, who has been a good contributor for the Pointers as well. He will be looking to build on the score that they would have set forth here this afternoon, and look to see as much as possible how far he can push the total.
And so, as Walker goes out, we can in fact make the change at this time. So,
well, I'm just going to read
Doc
you.
will take over from me, and Tony, I think Renfeld Kelce will take over from Tony.
So 91 for finally the loss of 1 wicket. Tariq Newman, the man gone. Bowled by Lanville Harrigan, just 3 away from his half century. He is gone 447. The new man is Oliver Scritchy Walker. Walker, of course, was a very good run getter in the last tournament for the Pointers. Lanville Harrigan will continue bowling his right arm off breaks from the Polyclinic end, past the umpire into bowl to Walker, whose first ball is turned down to a short fine leg. He will not get a run. So the Pointers, they do have a few changed faces in their lineup. As I say, good afternoon to Renford Kelsick.
Yes, good afternoon, Doc, and good afternoon to the listeners wherever you are. So it's turning out to be a beautiful Sunday today.
Harrigan to Walker, who's forward and pushing down towards short extra cover. It's a vacant area, so they will get a single. Walker is off the mark. The score is 92. Prince is on 38, I do believe. 38 for Damari Prince. So he will be thinking in the back of his mind about his half century, the first half century for this APL. He was dropped on 13, I believe, Damari Prince, and he has made calendar pay as Harrigan is in again to Prince, who's driving into the offside, down towards long off. They will get one, looking for the second, and Oliver Walker is very fit. He will get back for the second rather easily. Score moves on to 94. Prince is on 40 at the end of this over number 12. It is 94 for the loss of 1 wicket.
And there we had Lanville Harrigan getting the breakthrough there for the Razor Massive after some 90 odd runs partnership.
It was a 91
run partnership. Very good opening stand here between the Pointers opening batsmen. And while we await for the adjustment to the field, our sponsor, Dr. Meha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Najiko Insurance, Carita Walgreen Lindholm, Zemi Beach Hotel, Digicel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Radio Anguilla, Best Buy Supermarket, Class FM 92.9, Streamline, Mega Chances 54 YouTube, and Lloyd's Live.
Well, it will be Alric Rogers, the new bowler. Alric Rogers bowls right arm medium pace. He has some decent pace about him, does Alric Rogers. He will be coming from this commentary box, and as the field has changed just a bit, looks like 2 veterans there, 2 experienced heads in Ashon Hodge and Rolando Wright are having a conversation about the field placement. Currently it's a backward point, a deep cover, short extra cover, long off, long on. Now a short mid wicket, a deep square leg, well, more a deep backward mid wicket, and a short fine leg, as now the third man has gone into place, a deep third man, and Ashon Hodge, the captain, goes to backward point. So the 4 men in the ring, the fine leg, mid wicket, backward point, and short extra cover. As it's Alric Rogers. Right arm over the wicket, into bowl to Oliver Walker. This one is swinging back in towards Walker, who punches it into the offside for a single. Rogers, he's getting a bit of in-swing. He has a bit of pace as well as Alric Rogers. Very slinging action, but 1 run again for Oliver Walker. He moves on to 2 and the score to 95. Rogers. Waiting on the batsman Demario Prince. Now he breaks into his run, past umpire Burton into ball to Prince, and it's a bit shorter and pulled down towards the deep fine leg area. A vacant deep fine leg area. He will get 4 runs.
And the bowlers would be advised not to bowl those short deliveries because the wicket is really playing through today, Doc. And that bounce is really, really nice. So you just have to take your time, turn the ball around, and you get a boundary.
So he was a bit too short there and probably a bit too far down the leg side. It was easy pickings for Demario Prince, who moves on to 44. Was able to just turn on it and hook it down towards the deep fine leg area. He did get a 4.
The crowd is building up as we speak. Folks coming up. And we should have a bigger crowd when the Razor Massive gets into bat.
Rogers, this one fuller but down the leg side. It will be a wide call and signal. The 100 is up for the Pointers. They are 100 for 1. They are batting very well.
Yes, very well indeed. Good going here. And of course, that ship looks like it's a Batman paradise. And as the sun comes out, it will dry out more.
Rogers again. Into ball to Demario Prince. This one is flicked away down towards a deep square leg area. The man comes across, but he can't get there. It will be 4 more runs to Demario Prince. He moves on to 48.
Yes, a very good shot indeed. And as we mentioned a while ago, too much down the leg side, too short, and the batsman is getting all the time so that he can play his shots.
It's been a bit expensive from Alec Rogers thus far. He's given up a fair few runs off the over. There's 104 the score now, 104. He's given up 10 off the over so far. Alec Rogers. As now the fine leg has gone back to a deep backward square. Rogers into ball to Demario Prince, and it will be another wide. Try to take a bit of pace off of it, but his line was all wrong.
And it's another short delivery down the leg side. Batsman really didn't want to go at that one, so he just turned the bat around and umpire called wide. But it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-4 field we see here, Doc.
Rogers. Now into ball to Demario Prince, and wrapped him on the pads there. Huge shout, but the umpire says it's going down the leg side.
Yes, best delivery is ball for this over. Very good delivery indeed, but from our viewpoint here, we can see that it's missing leg stump.
Yes, it's the in-swing that Rogers is getting off the surface, naturally assisted by that east to west breeze. He's getting good in-swing, so he'll be better advised to maybe pitch it up a bit further and to be a bit further outside the off stump.
That's correct, that's correct.
Rogers now into ball to Demario Prince. Is short and pulled away down towards the deep square leg area. He'll get 1. He's looking for a second. It's a misfield, and that will bring up the half century for Demario Prince. The first half century of this APL season for 2022, and it belongs to Demario Prince.
A very good half century indeed. As the other opening bat, they put on some 91 runs. It was unfortunate that the other opening bat, he got 47 runs. But all in all, it was a good innings from him, Doc.
Yes, and Demario Prince, you have to look back to when he was dropped on 9 by, was it John Callender, I believe, who dropped him on 9, and he has certainly taken, it was Challenger, sorry, who dropped him, and he has been certainly made to pay for that dropped chance. As I was saying behind the scenes, if it's one man in this Pointers lineup you don't want to drop, it's Demario Prince, and he has certainly made them pay, and he will look to carry on and bring up a big total, as he does have, some 6 overs left to bat, maybe 7.
Well, we see Lanville Harrigan, 7 overs left, so after 13 overs, it's 107 for 1. So the Pointers, they still have a lot of firepower in the pavilion.
Lanville Harrigan to continue. Bowling his right arm off breaks. Coming from the central polyclinic end, now into ball to Oliver Walker, who's down the track and pushing back to the ball for no run. What Glenville Harrigan has done, he's slowed up his bowling just a bit because he doesn't have the pace really to bowl a genuine off spin. So he slowed up the pace, fighting it a bit more as this one is turned to the leg side for a single. Looking for the second, they are coming back. No, they are not. They will stop halfway down the track and turn back. They only get the one run.
And that was a good piece of fielding there by the man coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. And they had to turn back, sense the danger.
Is now, I think he's trying to get his deep mid-wicket a bit straighter. Harrigan into ball to the Mary Prince, and Prince is driving down towards the long on area. Ashon Hodge will do the fielding. It will only be a single.
Glanville has really kept the rounds down for the last few overs.
Yeah, it would be not your first option that you would think of for a restrictive off-spinner. When Harrigan used to bowl some right-arm medium pace back in his day. Harrigan into ball to Walker, who's driving into the offside, fielded a short extra cover for no run. It's a deep long off, a deep long on, a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a sweeper on the offside, the 5 men out. Harrigan again into ball to Oliver Walker, and to this delivery, Walker's looking to turn it into the leg side. Kishon Harrigan can't quite stop it. It will be a wide and a single. Score moves on to 111. 111 from the 2 wides there from Glanville Harrigan. Has to be a bit straighter. A bit wider, sorry, as Harrigan comes across again, and it's a full toss. Walker came across and pulled it down towards the vacant deep fine leg area. He will get 4. Sorry, that's the Mary Prince actually came across, and it will add to his tally. He's on to 55 now. On to 55, and the score moves on by 4 to 115. 114 corrected, sorry, 114 the corrected score.
Yes, and Prince, they're taking up the challenge now. I think they think it's time for them to push the score. We're into over number 14.
Yes, he's trying to accelerate the scoring rate. This has been a very good run rate so far for the Pointers. Harrigan again into ball to Prince. It's a lot slower, and his length has been dragged back. So Prince punches into the offside. He'll get one. Looking for the second. The throw comes in a bit high. Prince may have been caught lacking, and that's poor backing up. That's really poor backing up. It will get close to the rope. It's stopped at the very end by Alric Rogers. He rifles in a throw, and in the end, finally, the throw is collected by the wicket keeper, but they ran, 4 runs there.
Bad throw indeed. That throw was a bit high. Had it been lower, would have been close for a run out, but it was too high. And then there was no men back, none of the fielders were backing up, so they were able to get 2 extra runs.
I don't think Rolando Wright has had his best game in the field thus far. But that is the end of the over. Over number 14 comes to an end, and it is 118 the score for the loss of 1 wicket.
Good going here by the Pointers. Very, very good. 118 for 4. And we have 6 overs left.
And they're scoring at 8.5 and over. Basically, it's a wonderful scoring rate, and they have so much power hitting left to come. Of course, the likes of Leon Lake still in the shed, as well as Delano Mussington, who we know can strike a ball. Also have guys like Jaden Shakes Carmichael, a young man from St. Kitts and Nevis, who is also able to slug a ball a fair way. And even the man Ricardo John was brought into the 11 from Trinidad and Tobago. Ricardo John, he is in the 11 as well. I don't know too much about him on the cricketing side. I know he's a very good goal scorer in terms of football. He does play for the Salsa Ballers, and he is very close to the top, if not the top goal scorer so far, as it will be Ashon Hodge who will be taking up the bowling attack.
This will be Ashawn's first spell, I believe. Last year he opened the bowling quite a few times, and we see that they're calling for the helmet. So Rashawn is going to bowl his medium pace here, and can look so far. We have we have a third man on the boundary. Long off, long on, mid wicket, backward square leg, and a man short extra cover with the sweeper down on the cover boundary.
Sean Hodge last year, he did pick up some 2 wickets. Picked up 2 wickets in last year's tournament. He'll be looking to add to that tally in this 2022 version of the Anguilla Premier League. Of course, a man that the Razor Masters would be missing is Jacob Biles. He was a very key contributor for them, a wicket taker really, coming in the middle overs. Picked up some 7 wickets for them at an economy rate of 7.7.
And also he did a lot of batting for them.
Yes, he did some good work with the bat for them as well. Also in the field was one of the most outstanding fielders for the tournament, picking up some 4 catches.
And also missing Doc, I think, is the guy from South Valley there, Viglev.
Yes, they are missing Viglev Gomes as well. He picked up a number of wickets for them as well, picking up 6 wickets in the tournament, economy rate of just 7.1. They are missing a couple of key figures. I don't think Viglev will be taking part in this tournament as far as I have heard.
And I guess Pals is off to study.
Jacobs is overseas.
Okay.
Ashawn Hodge, right arm at medium pace, will be bowling from the commentary box end. Breaks into his run now, passes the umpire in Burton into ball to the man Oliver Walker, who cuts away into the offside, down to the deep cover field. He'll get just a single.
That one was short outside the off stump, not getting the full blade onto that one. Pushes past the short cover and sweeper and just giving him 1 run there.
So deep third man, deep mid wicket, deep long on, and a long off, as well as a sweeper on the offside, the field setting. As it's Ashawn Hodge tossing the ball from hand to hand, waiting on Damari Prince to get ready. Hodge now breaks into his run, passing the umpire into ball to Damari Prince. And to this delivery, Prince is heaving into the leg side. It will get down to the deep square leg boundary. He will pick up 4 more runs.
Very short, too short. The bowlers are bowling too short. My advice to the bowlers, take the ball up to the batters, pitch the ball up, let them drive. When you're bowling that short, they're going to get across and they're going to whip you into the onside.
So I think that their field is probably set a bit too straight. They would want a man behind square deep on the boundary based on the pace that Ashawn Hodge is bowling. Possibly the third man could come into the circle and you may want to push back the fine leg to a deep backward square leg region. But they're not changing the field right now, so there's that big gap there again for Damari Prince to exploit.
That's right, that's right.
It remains a short fair leg and a deep forward mid-wicket as Ashawn Hodge comes in again, breaks into his run and into ball to Damari Prince, who backs away and gets it just over the head of the diving Lanville Harrigan towards the deep extra cover boundary. They will get 2, looking for the third. They do not throw the ball in, and eventually they will come back for 3. That's poor fielding, but very good running.
Very good running indeed, because what is happening is that the batters, they are watching the fielders, and as soon as you make a blunder, they get that extra run.
126 the score now, 126 for the loss of 1. Of tremendous batting effort from the pointers thus far, as it is Ashawn Hodge who will continue. Hodge, number 18 on his back, into ball now to Oliver Walker, and Walker is
Bold,
actually. It looked like it wrapped him on the back, but it took up the off stump. It was a wild heave there by Oliver Walker. As Charlie Hodge would say, he was cutting cane, completely missed the ball, and the off stump has been rocked back.
Very good delivery indeed. And as I said a while ago, Doc, all the bowler has to do, pitch the ball up. pitch the ball up on the stumps, and that's exactly what he did. And that was really a big heave by the batter, and losing his off stump. Good going there.
So Oliver Walker does go. He has scored, I believe, 4 runs, and he will be replaced now in the middle. Still trying to see who this new batter is. But he will be partnering. Damari Prince was on 63. I think the new batsman may be Gomez. It may possibly be Randy Gomez. It's the number 15, so it's not Randy Gomez. It's Jaden Shakes Carmichael. He's a big swinger of the ball. Also goes left arm off spinner, but he does hit the ball at fairway. I would have played with and against the man Jaden and the Leeward Islands setup. And I know that he can swing the ball at fairway. He likes to heave it over the leg side, strong area between long on and square leg.
Well, we have 2 men there. In case it's in the air to see if they could take the catch.
It is Jaden Carmichael, would have played for the West Indies under 19 as well, represented them in the last World Cup. Ashawn Hodge now into ball to Jaden Carmichael, and Carmichael is pushing this one down towards long on. He'll get a single. Long off, sorry. I believe I would have said long on. It is long off.
That's a very good stroke there. He just strokes it down to long off there. And the man, what I noticed too, that the fielders, they're not moving that quickly.
They're playing a bit dejected possibly, but it is very hot and humid here today. We are feeling it in the booth. And the fielders will probably be feeling it even worse on the field. Hodge. Into ball to Prince, who chips one down towards the long on region. The fielder in Eversley Brown will do the fielding. They get just 1. Score moves on to 128. 128 in the course of over number 15. Actually, at the end of over number 15, it is 128 for the loss of 2 wickets.
A good over there from Hodge. Getting the wicket there of Maynard. Walker, whom he bowled. And as I mentioned earlier, the bowlers would be advised to take the ball up to the batters instead of trying to bowl too short, because most of the runs that we see the batters getting, the ball is short down the leg side and they just help the ball into the onside.
It has been easy goings really for the batters. It is a very good batting pitch, but the man who will look to break this is Rolando Wright. He is a good wicket taker, as we saw in the last tournament. He picked up 7 wickets at 5.16 on a strike rate of 22.14. So he is a wicket taking bowler, is Rolando Wright, and he will look to break this partnership. It's a crucial partnership, as it would really expose their middle order and maybe get the man Leon Lake into the middle.
Well, we will have to see, because, you know, 120, the score is 128 and somewhat 5 overs left.
5 overs left. This could be a very good scoreline for the Pointers.
And of course, you know, this is a big rivalry.
The Pointers and the Razor
and
Massives.
the Razor Massive.
It is Wright. He's in the ball to Prince. And it is delivery. Prince was trying to cut, but didn't do so successfully. It's a dot ball. Wright causing a bit of problems early on in this over. Turns quickly now. Then the ball to Prince again, and Prince is chipping down the track. It goes high. Doesn't have the distance, but it will not carry down to the long off fielder. They will get 2 runs.
It's really wide of the long off fielder. Wide, but he did well to get across, and they were only able to get 2 runs.
It's Wright again. Around the wicket, into ball to Prince, and there's a delivery who was trying to drive through the offside, but good work by wicketkeeper Kishan to keep it in front of him, it will be a dot ball. Right, once again, coming in quickly into ball to Prince, and Prince's backhand pushing into the offside. It's been a good over from Orlando Wright thus far. It's no run. Wright has bowled very well in this over. He continues now between umpire stops around the wicket to Prince, who backs away, and has he edged that one there? He's actually taken off the bail. He's bowled. Prince backing away, giving away too much room, and Orlando Wright has broken this partnership. Exactly what he was brought onto the attack to do, and the dangerous Damari Prince goes for a very well played innings.
Very good innings from him, very good knock. And as we would say, you know, backing away too far. And I believe the bowler capitalized on that because he saw him going back and being the leg spinner coming around the wicket. And that one straight onto the stump. And very good innings there from Prince indeed.
The innings of 69 has come to an end, bowled by Orlando Wright. Damari Prince has to go, scoring the first half century for this APL for 2022. So Prince is gone. He's replaced by, I believe, the skipper in Leon Lake.
Yes, it is. It's Leon Lake going out to the middle. And I know over the years now, Leon, he has tried to hit the ball as hard as he could. And let's see if he can do that this afternoon.
They will be looking to really score boundaries now. They've set a very good platform at 129 for 3. So they will just look to score as many boundaries as possible before the 20 overs has been completed.
And if you observe to Doc, is that the scoring rate has dropped tremendously.
So that's with the introduction of the spinners, with Wright's reintroduction as well as Randall Harrigan keeping it tight as well. Right, over the wicket into ball to Leon Lake, who's back and looking to push, and he's caught halfway down the track, and he is gone first ball, went for a single completely by himself. Leon Lake has to go for a duck of one ball, a golden duck, and that's completely of his own doing.
That's exactly what happened there, Doc. There was no way that there was a single there. No way. The fielder is right there, and he just pushed the ball, and he's off. He's off. That was no run at all.
He pushed the ball, barely left the square. It barely left the square, and he called for a run. The runner was not on.
That was no run. Even in our little children cricket, that would not have been a run at all.
It looks like Ricardo John, I believe, may be the new batsman.
And that's the end of the over. That's the end of the over. So we'll have two new gentlemen. A double change, yes.
It's going to be Millington and Ralph Hodge.
Not what the pointers would have wanted, but it's exactly what the doctor would have ordered for the Razor Massive. At a time when the pointers would have been looking to up their scoring rate, the Razor Massive has taken the wind out of their sails. And if anybody knows about sailing, it has to be the Razor Massive. As you say, welcome to Ralph Hodge.
Yeah, thank you very much, Millie. Quite a game here this afternoon. The pointers well poised. The early batsmen would have set a platform, and we'll now wait to see what happens in the next 4 overs, Millie.
Indeed, here is Ashan Hodge, number 18 on his back. At the top of his mark, from here the commentator's boot end. Jones and breaks into his run, passes umpire, ball to allow the pin! And go on, Given, LBW, he took the time, he took his time, his own time, until the batsman was ready to look at him, and then he said that fatal finger was raised by the umpire, and as I say, you have to be going on your way.
Well, certainly, Millie, there was something in front of the stumps, and the only thing it could have been would have been the pad. And Morton took his time and waited until the batsman looked out and said, "You're out."
Yes. So indeed, exactly what the doctor ordered. The Razor Massive I'm not sure where the razors were. The massive was always here, but they have taken out the razors and they are cutting through the batting lineup of the Pointers.
Well, certainly if they want to make life for themselves easier when they go out to bat, they are going to have to restrict the run flows, because up to now the Pointers have done extremely well. Prince and his opening partner batting quite well, and certainly the Pointers have quite a lot of batting in the depth. People can hit the ball, and the only way for them to fight back is to certainly have the razor massive restriction.
Indeed. So some 3 wickets falling on the same score. Prince it was, then it was Leon Lake, and now Carmichael.
Yeah, and certainly Prince did not only bat beautifully, he batted sensibly, and it's very early in the season. There would not have been a lot of practice time, and his other opening partner batted quite well, took the time, and now they will have to press on if they want to keep the game in their control.
Well, the new batsman. Wait to see who the new batsman there is. Ashan Hodge runs away from us here. It's bowl to the new batsman who is getting one down the leg side, says the umpire. There's a loud appeal. And going down the leg side.
Yeah, certainly we can see it from here, tailing into the batsman on that occasion, and very quickly umpire Morton was signaling down the leg side.
Yes, it looks like Gomez. So it is Ashan Hodge walks back to the top of his mark. A bit confused here with some names and numbers. Here is Ashan Hodge to bowl to Gomez. Gomez is driving past Ashan into the ground, past Ashan. They've gone for one, looking for a second. They're not going to get it. As the return goes in, total moves on by 1 to 132. 131, sorry. 131.
131.
So Prince would have gotten some 69, 60 more than what he should have had. He was dropped on 9. Here is Hodge to bowl to Nelson, who's hitting this one. It's in the air, and he's gonna get the single of the 2 of the bat. And the ball spun out to the man at extra cover. It's the big man Harrigan. Can you make a catch of it? Total moves on by 1 to 132. 132. Carmichael. He's on 2. Carmichael looks around as Ashan Hodge walks back to the top of his mark. We have had a mixed day here, mixed atmosphere as we watch Ashan Hodge from this commentator's booth end. Moves away to bowl to Carmichael. Carmichael is pushing through the offside. They're going to get one right. Wasn't able to prevent that single. So, Gomez, it is. Gomez was moved on to 3. Here is Ashan Hodge to bowl to Carmichael. Carmichael is getting one. This is in the air. Somebody's getting under it. It's Hodge. Cotton ball. Cotton ball. Carmichael goes. Cotton ball. Hodge strikes again.
Yes, certainly a careless shot on that occasion. A full toss try to play it into the onside. Got the leading edge spooned high into the air, and Hodge, the bowler, would not have allowed that to get away from him. So quite a fight back here by Razor Massive at this point in time, because a bit earlier on they were down and out, but some life is coming back into their step, and the blowing point will be advised to try and take every advantage of the remaining overs and to solidify their position. But as you said, Millie, a mixed day of climate here at the park. One point in time, a couple of sprinkles, another time, very hot sun and now quite cool.
Yes, indeed. I want to remember that the Pointers lost their first wicket with the score at 91. Lost their second at 126, and so now they are a bit of battle here at 132 for 6.
Yeah, well, certainly apart from the two openers, the rest of the batting has not come to the party today, and we realize we are playing on a new pitch, but nevertheless the middle of the batting is not batting as sensibly as those who opened the innings, Millie.
Indeed. I was very surprised that Ashan Hodge wasn't used earlier. We saw him last time around, and he was indeed the go-to man.
Waiting to give you the best at the end, Millie.
Well, not sure if you wanted at the end in a game like this or you wanted at the start. Had he broken the back of the openers, the score could have looked a lot different. Here is right to bowl to Mussington. Mussington is beaten. Made a piece of that delivery. That's the left arm bowler, right. Right, right. Bowling left arm around the wicket between umpire and stumps. Passes umpire bowl to Mussington. Mussington is pushing up the outside, looking for a single. This can be suicidal. Oh, batsmen haul themselves back into their creases and realize that there are no runs there. No run there at all. That could have been suicide. We saw it on the behalf of Leon Lake. Committed suicide. Here is Rolando Wright down the left side. And wide call by the umpire. New batsman Delano Mussington, 133 for 6. Here is right to bowl to Delano. Delano is pushing to the onside. This time he's going to get a single easily, quite easily. Total moves on to 134. 134. Mussington is off the mark. 134 for 6.
Well, I'm certain, Millie, the rest of the Blowing Point team would have been expecting a much bigger total at this point in time based on the opening stand.
Indeed. It's not to be so. And of course, over the middle. Here is a delivery that is pitched on the leg side. On the pad, no run resulted. 136. 136 the score is. In the course of over number 18, here is right to bowl to batsman who pushes up on the outside, can score. Here is right. Right is, oh, that one, not sure where that one would have gone used. It's turning and spinning like a top. But the end of the over number 18, and at the end of 18 is 136 for 6.
136 for 6. We are talking the 45 runs for the last 6 batsmen because the opening stand was 91. And 12 balls to go. They will be looking for anything like 10 per over, which would be taking them past the 150 mark, is because that's going to be important. Is no one can predict how the pitch plays, even though it appears to play consistent. We have a situation where it is a newly laid pitch. It hasn't played that badly, and certainly if Island Harbour can keep it under 150, they might believe that they are into it still.
Indeed. It's going to be Ashan Hodge. 90 minutes over. Ashan Hodge. Over number 19. Delano Mussington. He can hit the ball. He can strike it a fair distance. Tall man, about 6 footer. Here is Ashan Hodge. Runs away past umpire Martin to bowl to Delano. Delano is driving up the offside. The man of the long off boundary has the work to do. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second. That's all it's going to be. 2 runs, Mussington. He moves on to 3, and the total moves on to 139. 139 for 6. And over number 19, would have been looking for some 165, 170 Ralph earlier. Here is Hodge to bowl to Mussington. Bowl to Mussington. Mussington is getting one. That is driving back to Hodge. Hodge getting a hand to it, but can't prevent the single. Can't prevent the single. He got back really quickly. Did some good work there. But in the end, he could not stop the single. 140 now the score. 139, sorry. The score. 139.
So as I said earlier, looking for 10 over for the rest of the match. We will be looking at just under 160, and I think 160 would be quite a good total. But if they can hold it down to the 140s, 150, there might be that sneak of a chance for the Island Harbour team.
Indeed, there is a massive stop heavy in their batting. Here is Hodge Hughes, who's coming forward. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Oh, he had no idea. Coming from over the wicket and taking the ball away from the left hand, and Hodge really coming up trump here for the Razor Massive.
Yes, certainly not making much height on that occasion, and the line was extremely good. Bowling over the wicket, bowling it across the left-hander, and the left-hander did not seem to have a clue.
Not a clue of what was going on there. Hodge walks back. Man is concentrating very hard. Turns at the top of his mark, tosses the ball in hand to hand, then breaks into his run now. Passes umpire Morton, bowls to Hughes to this delivery. He is driving back to Hodge. Can't score. Hodge, very keen. He's a keen competitor. Hodge.
Yeah, he is one who loves his cricket and who goes very tough at the game. If you're at home, still there's a lot of room here at the Webster Park Cricket Ground, and the fans here, we are seeing them quite enjoying it, so you can come out and have your share of enjoyment also.
Here is Hodge to bowl to Hughes. Passes umpire, ball to Hughes. Hughes is driving on the onside. Runs here. They've gone for one, and we'll come back for a second. They're looking for it. This could be trouble. Yeah, this could be trouble, and Mussington has to go back, and he's gone. He's gone. Mussington goes. He stood up for a bit. Didn't thought that the chase gun was going to come to his end. It did, and in the end, he was caught short of his ground. And Mussington goes, run out, and the Razor Massive falls in deeper trouble.
Well, certainly one of the things during the day for this innings has been the very poor fielding of the Island Harbour team, but credit as Sean Hodge on that occasion. The throw came to him at the bowler's end, and he immediately pivoted and fired it straight over the stumps to the wicketkeeper, and that was the end of Mussington trying to scamper in. But that was very careless cricket on Mussington's part anyways, because he should have been looking to make his ground, secure his grounds, and instead of looking to see that the other batsman was secured, and he was caught off guard. Well done, young Hodge, and certainly the wickets continue to fall, Millie, and blowing points seem to be fading away from what has been an exceedingly promising start.
Indeed. You know, in T20, it's not how fast you start, it is how you finish. Most of the time in a T20 game, you know, in the power play, you can take advantage of and really fault and fail in the lower part of your innings. And we saw the openers getting off to a good start, setting the foundation. In the middle and low order, they are not coming up at all. Carlisle Hughes, the new batsman, joining Gomez. Carlisle Hughes joining Gomez. The left hand, tall. Here is Hodge to bowl to Carlisle Hughes. Bowl to Hughes to this delivery. Is coming forward and driving, getting us one of the inner portion of the bat. The over coming to an end, and at the end of 19, it is 140 for 7, for 8.
Yes, certainly well bowled as Sean Hodge would have done what his team wanted him to do, keep the runs down in the penultimate over. And now with 6 balls to go, certainly there would have to be some very good hitting to take them up to the 160. So quite a match before us still. We are looking down at a fantastic Webster Park playing area. We can see the spectators on the far side, and actually since the last APL, quite a new look valley. The central polyclinic, the shades of blue and white, we can see in the far distance the Valley Primary School, brown and yellow, and certainly somewhere right in the front of us here beyond the roundabout, and a new road strip. So quite a new Valley commercial centre.
Indeed, atmosphere feels so much different, Ralphie. Sun is back out with us in all its glory. In all its glory here at the James Ronald Webster Park. And to the back of us, the Raymond Igisha Technical Center, which will come alive from 5 o'clock. And it's sports all around here in Anguilla. It's APL, it's AFL, all are taking place right here in the Valley Anguilla. It is going to be Davis to bring the curtains down this innings. Bowl, Gomez is hitting this one down to long off. They've gone for one. That's all they're going to be. 141, 14147.
And certainly a busy day of talking for you, Willis, because I'm sure you're going to leave from cricket to be a football commentator in a while.
Well, I've a lot of work to do. I'll be on the field, then I'll be in the commentator's booth. Here is Davis, the ball to Carlisle. Carlisle is getting this one off the inside edge, not carrying through the keeper, very close to the off stump, Ralph.
Yeah, he's doing what is required, is because we are now looking at another 4 balls to go, so he's swinging away to see what he can get. It's not how you get them, it's what you get at the end of the day.
Yes, it's not about getting pretty runs, it's about getting runs. It doesn't matter how ugly they look. It is Davis, the ball to Hughes. Hughes is getting one that is making some height. And I would love to see the likes of Masimba Bowen and Delano, Mussington, and the taller pace bowlers on this track. And the wicket seems to have some life. Man, you can't judge it until you get the best of what you have on offer. It's 142 for 7 pointers. Here is Davis, the ball to Gomez. Gomez is hitting this one down to long on. They have gone for one. Will they come back for a second? They won't. No. They should have taken on the arm of Ferguson. That was 2 runs. Had 2 runs written all over it.
Yeah, especially at this time of the game, Millie, that was always 2 runs. But the batsman more delighted in the shot he played than looking for the runs.
Well, even in this hot sun, Hughes was sleeping on his bat. Here is Davis. The ball to Hughes, Hughes is getting one that is tugging through the onside. From outside they have some tugging it. They have gone for one, looking for a second. It's not on. Right sends the throw to Kishon, and the Razor Massive would have been short-handed. He had to use, Kishon Richardson, which is one of the prominent bowler as the wicket keeper today. Nonetheless, and they have done the job. 144. Here is Davis, the ball to Gomez. Gomez is pulling this one down to long on again. They have gone for one. They are looking for a second. Hughes is interesting. Gomez is not. 1 run. And what a time. What are you trying to save your wicket for? Not sure. That's the end of the innings. And at the end of 20, Razor Massive being winning the toss. Axe can point us to bat first. Sees their innings, closes their innings on 145. 145. That's what we have here. We are going to go to the score to get the final score and to see if we really it is right. 145, Ralph. Good comeback by the Razor Massive after a 91 run opening stance. After 91 run opening stance to be restricted for 145 for 7 is a good comeback by the Razor Massive.
Not only a good comeback, merely a fantastic comeback, is because the 2 openers were batting quite well and they were batting quite sensibly. And it seems like it would have been a long day for the Razor Massive, but in the end it did not turn out that way, because after an additional 54 runs and 7 wickets, I still think they are fairly well placed. 145, the wicket not doing any significant wonders, so there should be a chance. It's now how well the Pointers bowlers will perform. We have not seen any fireworks out of the pitch. We know that there are 1 or 2 consistently good bowlers in the Pointers team, so we'll have to wait to see what happens. But quite a nice day of cricket here, and as the APL warms up, Miller, I think we're going to be in for a fantastic season with 5 teams, 20 matches, and what we have seen so far for the season, not a lot of fireworks, but we've seen what we expect, the start of some good batting, some useful bowling. The fielding today in particular by the Razor Massive would not have been good, but I think with time, as they practice, as they come out to sessions, as they get fit, things will improve.
Yes, indeed. And Ralph, when you would have thought that the Razor Massive would have brought up their 100 in just about the 12th or so over, to be restricted to 54 runs in 8 overs is a tremendous comeback by the Razor Massive, and I will always question the late entrance of Ashan Hodge into the bowling attack, and the coming back of Wright after the power play, because these are 2 of your leading strike bowlers. They are 2 of the leading bowlers, and with the Mari Prince and Newman giving you such a really great start, you would have think that they would have been brought back to look to break the partnership, because we noticed from the time the partnership was broken, it was downhill from there on in for the Pointers.
Yes, certainly. Well, you've described it right by my reckoning. From the time they got that breakthrough, that crack in the armor, things went downhill. And I think what exacerbated the position was that when the captain got run out just from one ball in a move that should not have taken place. To me, from my vantage point, there was never a single in it. You played it up on the offside of the batter and almost straight to the bowler, and you're going for a single. Oh no, that wasn't on. And then it was a constant parade of onto the pitch and off the pitch. And as you have said, 91, 145, that's 54 runs and 7 wickets, a massive comeback from the Razor Massive.
Well, as I said before, it seems like the Massive came, and they forgot their races. And the moment the Razor came, they really cut through the batting order of the Pointers. And the Pointers have no one else to blame but themselves for some injudicious shots that was played, miscommunication, Leon Lee committing suicide, and the Razor Massive really held their own in the last half and getting the better of the Pointers in the last 10 overs of this encounter. But it is runs on the board, 145, it is on the board already. We saw yesterday the Beamers scoring 110. The new kids on the block, the foreign stars, made a light work of it, knowing what they had to get, just a 5.5 runs, 5.5 runs and over, they made light work of it. Well, the Razor Massive knows what they are chasing. We saw last time around what Lanville Harrigan is capable of doing. He still has some pep. We know what Ashan Hodge is capable of, and so the start for the Razor Massive is going to be important as well against the like of Delano Mussington.
Yeah, well, certainly once Ashan Hodge can get stuck in the wicket, that will give quite a lot of hope to Razor Massive. And Lanville still can bat, but the thing is Lanville cannot run that well, so we're going to have to be careful with that. He will hang around, and not running well will slow down the running rate, but once he can get his eyes on it, could be a different story. And then you have the left arm bowler who was bowling with Ashan Hodge. He bats fairly fairly well also. So it's still a match on, but as you have correctly said, runs on the board are runs on the board, and 145 on the board, whether they make it easily or not, it's 145 runs that you have to work for.
Yes, indeed. And so, Alpha, we have to remember that this game has sponsors, and we...
Club, Najiko Insurances, Corito, Walgreen, Lindholm, look like, Zemi Beach Hotel, Digicel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Radio Anguilla, Best Buy Supermarket, Class FM 92.9, Streamline, and the Mega Charles 54, YouTube, Lloyd Live. So they are some of the people who are assisting in promoting the Anguilla Premier League, and certainly a league that certainly is bringing cricket back into the limelight. Anguilla has produced for a little dot some players who have graced the West Indies lineup, and players who have been all around. When we talk about the West Indies lineup, and we must remember Cardigan Connor, one of the people who seem to have been very unfortunate in not making the England Test team. We had Shaka Hodge of the under 13s, and we had quite a couple of players since then who would have accompanied Omari and Jamal, and there are a lot of young tested players. We have those who are in the United Kingdom at the moment actually playing their cricket, and certainly I think with the pandemic over now, one would expect, Millie, that we see much more cricket on Anguilla.
Well, I'm not sure if the pandemic is actually over, because in recent times we're having a spike again. But nonetheless, the point is without one of the main leading scorers from last year, that would have been Omari Banks, and they are and with a start of 91 with no loss, and Omari Banks walked to the wicket, and being able to capitalize on such a start, one would could have been looking for a mama total for the pointers, but it wasn't to be.
It wasn't to be, and that's the way with cricket, because if you look at the Beamers team, they have lost several of their players who are on overseas duty, and they have to play with who they have at the moment. But for the pointers, if Omari was there, certainly Omari would have been among the opening runs, is because he is not going to allow this brand of cricket to get away without opening the batting unless something extremely is wrong. And he is a much cleaner hitter of the ball. He is much more a sedate player, so life would have had to be better as far as batting is concerned, even though we must take into consideration that cricket is a one-ball game. But certainly the Blowing Point team, the pointers, they have withered away from the strong opening position, and that will say to other teams, look, we have a chance if we can get at the two openers.
Indeed. So we are watching now Bobby Black relaxing his role out there. He would have been had a tireless days working hard in relaying this wicket. Him along with friends, a company who the sports guy, along with Porty, and among them, and all those Dale and friends who would have worked feverishly to relay this surface. Well, we've seen 3 innings thus far on this wicket, and we are looking forward for even a more improved wicket as we go along in the tournament. It's one surface, Ralph, that more you play on it seems to get better.
Yeah, and now they have built 2 strips, so they are going to alternate at some point in time, I believe, so there won't be the wear and tear. And I believe once the heavy roller gets on a couple more times, we are going to see a difference. We are going to see an up in the pace for the pitch. So we look forward to see the pitch doing good things, and probably it will bring out even better things in terms of the batters and bowlers. One of the areas certainly I look to see improve is the fielding, because one day cricket is fielding, and we have not seen the very best of fielding thus far.
Yes, well, we have not. There are some single chances that we think that should have been, really taken. But one of the things that I have also realized, sitting in the commentator's booth, is very much easier to speak than to be on the field. Because when you walk along the outfield, you realize how difficult it is to field out there. Last year I spoke about it as well. Especially on the western side, there are a number of holes on the outfield, and so we have football playing on the park. You have track and field on the park, and so from time to time, when you have rain and you have football, it leaves that indentation in the ground, and so when the ball hits them, it does all sorts of funny things on the outfield.
A perfect point, Millie. I've raised that on several occasions. As a matter of fact, yesterday I took a stroll around the boundary edge, and basically what you are saying, by my reckoning, is 100% accurate. If you're going to have a cricketing area, you're going to have to protect it. It's because any sort of indentations around the field, any sort of areas where the ball cannot flow properly, you're in for plenty of trouble. And our fielders have gotten divine intervention into a lot of incidents here that they have not been damaged in terms of fielding out there. So that is something that has to be cured as we go forward in playing cricket on this island. Cricket has done marvels for the Anguillan economy, marvels for the Anguilla tourism, for Anguilla in general, and certainly we are going to have to protect the grounds on which we play cricket, and I sincerely hope that what you would have echoed would certainly be heard around the island. And when we are looking at procuring an area for cricket, we are going to look at making adjustments with regard to the things that you have said, Millie.
Indeed, the James Webster Park has indeed produced some wonderful cricketers, sportsmen on the whole, and we have the likes of Umari Banks, who would have gone on to play for the West Indies, play for Hampshire, we have the likes of Jamal Hamilton, we have Chesney Hughes, who would have played county cricket for Derbyshire, we have Manson Hughes, who have represented the West Indies B team. We have a number of cricketers who have gone on to just more than playing cricket here in Anguilla, and so we have to really safeguard that which we have. Ralph, I heard you spoke about wherever we procure for cricket, but James Webster Park is, I'm not seeing anywhere we are going to go out of James Webster Park, but it is a place where we call home for cricket, and while cricket is being played here, we really need to take care of that which we have.
Well, certainly, Melly, the history of playing cricket in Anguilla says that cricket has been played at the James Webster Park for over 100 years, and this is as accurate as you certainly can find it. And when you were mentioning names, I think the name that you have not mentioned was Cardigan Connor. He's a product of the James Webster Park. I can remember Cardi being a youngster from West End coming up here to play cricket, and he has gone on to do good things in cricket. Say what you want about Cardi. Cardi just has been unlucky as far as the England selection has gone. People like Boycott and other senior cricketers in England have said probably it was the greatest bit of injustice that ever took place in selection in England, that he did not make the English first side.
Indeed, as you mentioned, Cardigan, the likes of the Adams brothers, Harrigan, that's Lanville Harrigan, they have Terry and Al, and they have all their products of this, the James Webster Park. And so, for persons like you, Ralph, who would know the history of the James Webster Park, for persons like me, I'm very new to Angola, and the cricketing scene, but one thing I've really seen here is that regardless to how long cricket stays to play at the James Ronald Webster Park, the moment that you pick up a bat and ball and you say cricket, there are supporters in the park.
Well, Millie, I've played my first league match on the James Ronald Webster Park just east of the far scoreboard when I was 12 years old, and I was playing in a team where you had guys in their 20s and in their late teens. So this has been virtually home for me in terms of cricket. As a matter of fact, wherever there was a track around the valley or East End or West End or Blown Point area, we used to play cricket. But when you talk about the mecca of cricket in Anguilla, it has been the James Ronald Webster Park.
James Ronald Webster Park, one of the finest wickets I have played on in the Caribbean. It's a wicket that doesn't matter how it looks, there is always something in it for the bowlers, both seamers and spinners. It drums, there is space. You know, during the Stanford time, Ralph, I remember during training sessions when the likes of Masimba Bowen and Bryson or Kelbert Walters, when London, when they touch the ball down, one bounce over the keeper head into the side screen.
Oh yes, it has been very quick. As a matter of fact, Rowan Canai once said to me right out in the middle there, he said, Haji, I would love to take up this pitch, put it in my pocket and carry it wherever I'm going.
Well, it has been a tremendous wicket. So you're not missing any cricket. We are just having a chit chat. So we are waiting the resumption of play. You remember earlier in the day, the pointers lost the toss to the Razor Massive and they were asked to take the first knock. Well, it was a brilliant innings from Damari Prince. He was dropped on 9. He put his head down and he really commanded the things in the middle. And he was finally out on 69 when the score was on 91. Newman went for 47. Newman went going a 3-run short of his 50 and making Damari Prince the first to score a half-century in this year's tournament. Well, as we are speaking, we are seeing the umpires now walking back to the middle, and so we are going to resume live coverage in just a while. And with the Razor Massive looking down the barrel, it was Hodge who came on and really pegged back the pointers from a score of 91 without loss. They could only amount some 145 in their 20.
Yes, certainly what Hodge did quite sensibly is that he allowed the ball to hit the pitch, had a line just outside the off stump, and the batsmen were always playing in the middle. Unlike earlier, when the ball was coming up to the batsman a little slower than he was bowling, and the batsmen were peppering it all around the ground. But certainly 146 is the target, unless our official scorer says differently, and that is to be received in 20 overs. We are talking about fractionally over. We are talking 7.3 overs, 7.3 runs per over. It's gettable, but then remember, cricket is a game of certainly glorious uncertainties.
Indeed, a game of glorious uncertainty. You know, seeing the umpires overseeing the rolling of the wicket. And that wasn't done in the break. And Bobby decided that he wasn't going to take that risk and put the roller on the wicket, except he was being supervised.
7 minutes of rolling before the next innings start, and that will iron out any ripples in it. The opening start from the Razor Massive will tell the story where they expect to go, and certainly I'm sure Blowing Point, the pointers will be looking to do some good fielding or improve on the fielding that was displayed by Razor Massive. But I think, Millie, there's a game over there.
There is a game. There is definitely a game with the likes of Ashan Hodge and Lanville Harrigan. And they are no-nonsense batsmen, and we are expecting to see them today coming out purposefully. You know, we saw Lanville last time around, and you know, at some point he looked like the Lanville of old.
Yeah, well, certainly a player of Lanville's type, no matter how old he becomes, there must be some glimpses of glory. He is one of the batsmen I've seen in my life, whether you look at test players or otherwise, who has among the broadest bats in the game. Playing against Lanville quite a lot, I wouldn't believe in fielding nowhere near the mid-off area, straight mid-off or straight mid-on area. He just hit the ball too hard.
Yes, he strikes it. You know, I saw him. You know, when I came to Anguilla, I heard about Lanville and meeting the man in person, and I seen him, you know, in his later stage as he display some really lovely off drive. When he pull with disdain, he can really strike the ball. And as you say, you don't want to be feeling anywhere close that bat when Lanville is in full flight.
Yes, certainly he's one of the few batsmen I would see hooking over mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, backward square leg, long leg and fine leg. That tells you of his sight of the cricket ball.
And we're talking about off the front foot. He pulls the ball fearlessly off the front foot. It doesn't matter who's bowling.
Oh no, pace, spin, it doesn't really matter. I could remember umpiring a match here once in the West Indies fast bowlers, Benjamin from Antigua. Actually, when the captain threw him the ball to continue bowling, he just pitched it back to the captain. I'm not bowling against Lanville.
Well, Lanville, a very fearsome competitor. He's up in age, but it really hasn't taken much from him when it comes to the fear that he drives in bowlers. Because once he gets going, he stays going.
And certainly Lanville is a tough cricketer. He's a fighter in the game. He doesn't take it as normal. He wants to get the best out of anything he's doing. Even the kind of off spinning he's doing now, Lanville prides in that sort of thing.
Indeed. So the role of the pitch has been completed, and the umpires have taken up their places, and we are just waiting for the pointers and the batsmen from the Razor Massive to take up their places in the middle. So 145 is what the Razor Massive will be chasing. 146 the target. As I say, welcome to Tony in the comments chair.
Thank you, Millie, and good afternoon once again. If you have just joined us, we want to say welcome. And just to deviate from the cricket just a little bit, we just want to broadcast through this medium as well that, Millie, that the baton, the Queen's baton relay is slated to be here. Is it tomorrow? Yes, and Government House at 9 o'clock. Then we've got Ursula Connor, one of the oldest, if not the oldest person here in Anguilla, 107 years old. It's preschool. Then Sandy then at Anguilla Sand and Salt, Adrian T. Hazel School, the Anguilla Tennis Academy, Maranatha Preschool, the Golf Course Golf Club, Alwyn Allison's Primary School, and as well as the Parliamentary area, the St. Mary's Preschool, the ALCH Campus A and B, Aurelia Kelly Primary School, Shoulder Beach, Vivian Vanderpool Primary School, Island Harbour Pier, just the view, special view at Selike as well. And then the baton is also going to be transported to the Maris Vanderpool Primary School, the Prophecy Preschool, Anguilla Social Security Complex, Flow Digicel. Then there will be a lunch break. The then at the NCBA area, the road relay will continue by foot, that is. Then the People's Market at a cultural event will take place as well. Country reps, everyone from the Commonwealth who is at the moment living and resides right here in Anguilla can ask, a matter of fact, to really be a part of this spectacle occasion in their country colors, that is. So if you are a Commonwealth persons living here, you can get into your country colors and your flag and come and represent your country as well.
India, Sri Lanka, Malaysia,
well, you know, the Commonwealth, the whole Commonwealth is welcome as the relay, the Queen's Baton Relay, Commonwealth Baton Relay passes to Anguilla. I think it would have just came from St. Kitts, Rollins. Yes, and this is something that we usually host every 4 years. And this year, we are right front and center again starting tomorrow. So we are asking all to be aware and to be mindful and to represent your Commonwealth area.
Is a massive, and with the ball it's the left arm bowler, the man Newman, Tyreek Newman, the Rhode Island St. Kitts player. Tyreek Newman would have made a camp for Rhode Island. He's a very prominent on around now. APL, second edition. It's game number 2. Game number 1, Beamers went down to the Foreign Stars yesterday. It's Tyreek Newman to do battle with the ball for the pointers. So he's going to be coming from the Central Polyclinic end. Left arm between umpire and stumps around the wicket to bowl to Kenroy Davis. Davis looks around, sees, and he has a man at the finally on the 45 and backward square there, square leg on the boundary. 2 men out. Here is Newman to bowl to Davis. It is forward, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. They're off the mark immediately. Here is a massive. Is that off the bat? Run says our leg by is signal coming now, so it's a leg by. It's 1 for no loss. So the 2 men out. We have a long man in the backward square boundary. Well, it's a left-hander, and that man is going to be going to long on. So long on, and the man at deep square, forward of square, man Carlisle Hughes on the backward square or the forward of square boundary, long on in position. The 2 men out in the power play. Have a mid wicket, short third, extra cover, backward point. Here is Newman, a left arm over the wicket to bowl to Richardson. Richardson is coming forward, getting this one on the inside part of the ball, pushing it to the onside. No run resulting. And it's Prince. I thought that he would have been in the glove. It's Carmichael who doing the honors behind the stump. Here is Kishon playing this one through mid wicket. They've gone for 1. The man of the boundary comes on, can't stop the single, and that is Hughes. Sends the return to Carmichael. Total moves on to 2, and Richardson is off the mark. He's on 1. Reply 145 made by the pointers. 145. Pointers. I've been looking for minimum 160. It was not to be had. This Newman to bowl to Davis. Davis is a big hero outside the line of the off stump. And he's saying, oh, I missed out there. There were acres of space. Anytime he had gotten back onto that one, he didn't. Man in slip, Captain Leon Lake, he's in the slip, waiting for an edge. Here is Newman to bowl to Davis. Bowl to Davis. Davis get a short one. He's punching well. Runs to be had. You can give up that one. That goes into the fence. That's gone for 4. A lovely shot. It was short. It stood up. And Davis came forward, and then he stood up tall, and he easy to pass the man up extra cover into the extra cover boundary that goes for 4.
Yes, exquisitely timed there. The man there had extra cover there, and Prince diving for all it's worth, but the ball had lots of legs in it, and it just raced across the turf and into the boundary for 4 good runs there to Davis.
Newman to Davis. Davis is in this one in the air, inside out. They are going to over 1. We'll come back for a second, and that's poor running. That's extremely poor running. Would you believe that they only had that one? The ball, it was hit inside out, and Davis thought it was going into the boundary, and never thought that he needed to run. But good work done by Hughes. The ball did plug, but no excuse for that. They should have done better.
Certainly very poor cricket there on the part of the 2 batters. And they should be aware as well as the prowess of Hughes in the field as well. He chases every ball, and this time was no different. Running all the way back, getting close to the boundary, was able to save it. His momentum took him over the boundary after he would have saved the ball, but he gathered himself and was able to toss it in quickly. The batsmen, poor running on their behalf. Hope that doesn't come back to hurt them. That's well, 1 2-run shot. Maybe.
Well, 1 or 2 runs. It is important that you capitalize on every opportunity on offer. He's going to be doing Mussington with 0 on his back. He's going to be running away from us here, the commentator's booth end, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed batsman Davis. Davis has a field, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover, backward point, gully, man the 3rd man boundary man, and a whitish fine leg boundary, more to backward square boundary. Leon Lake doing some adjustments. Yeah, clean the backward point to go square, and taking out the man at slip and a deepish first slip. Here is Delano Mussington to bowl to Davis. Bowl to Davis, it's in the air, and it's a lovely shot. 1, 2 bounces, 1 bounce straight over the boundary. That's gone for 4 down to long on.
Well, the fielder down here was looking in hope that it wasn't. He would have stayed up so that he could at least get under it, but that one was nicely and cleanly struck. 1 bounce just in front of us here for 4 good runs for Davis, and the Razor Massive, they have started off speedily here, Millie.
Here is Mussington to bowl to Davis again. Davis is getting one that he is jumping and turning on the onside. Gets one, the keeper scamper away, and gets one. Oh, the umpire say that's a leg by. A leg by. Score. The umpire is looking for a response. It is a leg by, and the total moves on to 12. A 12 for no loss. 12 for no loss. Now the umpire is asking for some adjustments. Seems to be down below us. It's the left-handed Kishon Richardson who comes on to strike for the first time from Delano Mussington. Remember, in his heyday, Delano Mussington, he really got the ball through Here is Delano Mussington to bowl to Richardson. Bowl to Richardson. Richardson is leaving one outside the line of the off stump. And may have been one of the most underrated seamers for Anguilla in recent time. You really get the ball through with some pace. Delano Mussington coming from 6 feet. Mussington. Right arm over the wicket. Passes umpire Morton to bowl to Richardson. Richardson hits this one to backward point who feels well. Good bit of feeling there, but not a good return, but backed up well in the onside. No run resulting. Score remains on 12 for no loss. 12 for no loss. Here is Mussington to bowl to Richardson. Shot, hits away, through the offside, save your legs. Fetch it. He will only have to fetch the one from the boundary because that was a beautifully timed, beautifully placed, and it goes away to backward point boundary for 4.
Yes, 4 good runs there. Again, a typical left-hander's shot, Millie, just punching it off the back foot and into the boundary for 4. The fielders was chasing for all it's worth, but only just to retrieve the ball from the boundary. So really nice shot there. Is that Richardson?
Yes, Keyshawn Richardson. Richardson taps away, waits for Mussington. Could be looking for a short one here. That was short. Knowing it well. He pulled well. It's going to go close to the fence. In fact, it goes into the boundary. That's 4 more runs. Well, a reply from Mussington. Batting line. It was Richardson looking for the short ball and playing it well. And it goes into the backward square boundary. That goes for 4 and the total moves on to 20. Races on. 20 for no loss at the end of over number 2.
The end of over number 2, so going at a tick of 10 runs and over, and not a good over there from the captain in Mussington there at all, giving away some 13 runs from, Lake is the captain of the team, but the premier bowler, the seasoned bowler in a veteran of Mussington, looking to generate some pace from just maybe a little bit lengthier run up than what we would have seen yesterday from Michael Ferguson, and possibly generating the most space off of the wicket so far since we have started this year's Premier League.
Indeed. Delano Mussington will have to get it right. Some 13 runs off over number 2 in search of 146 for victory. They are some 9 runs better than where the pointers would have been at the end of over number 2. It's 20 for no loss. It's going to be Newman to continue. It's going to be bowling to Davis. Davis, he's on 9. With him is Keyshawn Richardson. He's also on 9. Here is Newman to bowl to Davis. Davis is dropped. Davis is dropped. The ball peeling off the edge, and the keeper putting it down, and the ball runs down to close to the third man boundary. Delano Mussington fetches it, and so score moves on to 22 for no loss. Opportunity going a begging there, Tony.
Certainly opportunity going a begging. We would have seen where the Mari Prince benefited,
scoring
some 69 runs to the cause of the
Davis is dropped. The ball peeling off the edge, and the keeper putting it down, and the ball runs down to close to the third man. Drop. Davis is dropped. The ball peeling off the edge. One seemed to have come off. Is it an inside edge? Yes, peeling off an inside edge, and he benefits. He gets 1. So 23. Kenroy Davis, he's on to 12. He's on to 12, which is the left-handed batsman comes into strike. Newman is going to come over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Left arm over the wicket to Keyshawn Richardson. Passes the umpire. Well, he stops. And now he breaks into his walk, passes the umpire, ball to Richardson. Richardson's forward, driving through to extra cover. This is going to be runs. It's going to get close to the fence. It was only a mere push. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second. And that's all they're going to be. Good bit of feeling. But the running is really not the best that we have seen at all. But that was just a mere push through the offside. And the ball raced up the hill. And a good looking shot there by Keyshawn Richardson. The score moves on to 25. And Richardson moves on to 11. Newman to bowl to Richardson again. Richardson, this one is looking to force it down to mid. It could be dangerous here. Chuck comes in, doesn't hit the stump. Looking for a direct hit. Richardson gets home, and the total moves on by 1 to 26. Richardson moves on to 12. 26 for no loss, in search of 146 for victory. It's Happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers. And you have a wonderful day. It's your day. Celebrate, enjoy it. We do appreciate that what you have been doing. Here is Newman to bowl to Davis. Davis is hitting this one over the top of long off and down to the boundary for 4. Good looking stroke by Davis. Newman overcompensating. And a good looking shot there by Davis over the top of mid-off, capitalizing on the power play and making use of the vacant space. There are a lot of acres of space in there over the top, and he capitalizing there, and the total moves on to 30 for no loss.
Well,
Newman will look to come back here. Long on and point, the only 2 men out. Newman to Davis. Davis is hitting this one, and it's dropped. Prince. Is that Prince? Look very much like Prince, the Mary Prince at extra cover. He got an opportunity, and he gave that opportunity. Will Davis capitalize? Oh, he benefited some 60 runs, Prince. And he said, you know what? I can give back the favor. And he has. Davis has been dropped on 16. He moves to 17, and the total to 31. 31 for no loss at the end of over number 3.
Well, certainly show Millie that the pointers may be kicking themselves, because we saw in this particular over we had 2 chances going a begging there, and these batters really looking very, very serious in the rate at which they are scoring. So far we are at the moment scoring 10.1 run and over after over number 3, so 31 runs to the good, not having losing a wicket. We saw where the blowing pointers after a good solid start would have faltered, especially in the latter stages, like from over number 15 to over number 20, where they were not able to push the scoring rate at all. And here we see these 2 batters are really going great guns and looking like a different Razor Massive team this year.
Yes, they are indeed. Well, it's one of the first game. It's going to be Herbert. Is it Herbert? Herbert is going to be taking up the attack from this. The commentators both end. After just 1 over from Delano Massington, he has given away to Herbert. And right arm off spinner is going to be bowling to Davis. Davis has been brutal against the spinner so far. 17 he is. Richardson is on 12. It's 31 for no loss. Over number 4, the Remanigation Technical Center will come alive at 5. Here is Herbert, and he stops and turn back. He's going to try again with number 12 on his back. Moves away to bowl to Davis. Davis is hitting this one. The fielder is waiting and drops it. And drops it. And that will not become Hughes at all. You cannot hit those things near to Hughes. Hughes will take them. And he's dropped there. And it's score moves on by 1 to 32. Davis moves on to 18. If you hit those things to Carlisle, he's taking them. That wasn't Carlisle. And that seemed to be, is it Carmichael or Gomez? Here is... It is going to be Herbert. Hands akimbo. Oh, disappointed. You understand why. Ball to Richardson. Richardson is, oh, got one. That one is pitched way down the leg side. Loud up here, but that was just hopeful. It was pitched. It needed another 4 sets or something in order to get the ball on the stump. But that's way down the leg side. Here is Herbert to try again. The ball to Richardson. Richardson is hitting this one down to the man on the circle. But on, it can be dangerous. Oh, Richardson gets home. Moves on by 1. He's on 13. Score moves on by 1 to 33 in the full course of over number 4.
In the course of over number 4, it's very costly.
Over number 4 being bowled by Herbert. From this, the commentator's boot end. Davis taps away. Waits for Herbert. And when Herbert gets there, he finds Davis hitting this one for 4. He hits this one to the right of Newman. A bit of fumble there, clumsy bit of work there by Newman, and it goes away for 4. He moves to 22 and the total to 37. 37 for no loss. And well, Tony, they are going and the horse is galloping to 146. Will they be able to maintain this? Will they get there? It's all left to be seen. Cricket, a game of glorious uncertainty. Here is Herbert to bowl to Davis. Davis is in this one. And the man Walker is on attendance, but he can give it up now because that has gone for 4. That's a lovely stroke. He just punched it, and even though it was going up the hill, it raced away over this fast outfield for 4 more.
Well, the pointers might be asking for a digital strategic timeout, Millie, because they have been just giving away runs, dropping catches.
Here is Herbert to bowl to Davis. Davis is looking for a big hee-haw. He held it up. He slowed it up. It is 41 for no loss. 41 for no loss. At the end of over number 4, it is Davis on 26. Richardson is on 13. And the next voice you are going to hear is the man, after comments from Tony, is that of Keith Stonegraves.
Certainly, Millie, as I say, welcome back to Keith. And the Razor Massive are really going great guns here, scoring at a clip, 10.1 run and over, Keith, and the pointers are not looking themselves, looking to strategize to make sure that they get the ball being pitched in the right place. They're dropping a lot of catches, giving away the runs that they don't have because they only would have scored a 145. It could be all over in a matter of time, Keith.
It's 41 for no loss. 4 overs completed. Davis really powering on here. 26 not out, 13 to Richardson. And the new bowler is, that's Hughes. Is that Carlisle?
Yeah.
So it's Carlisle Hughes from the southern end of the ground as the clouds begin to bank slightly towards our east. It's getting a little overcast at this time. Still with some sun, but it's murky sunshine. As Carlisle goes in, both left arm around the wicket. This one comes off the pad, goes into the onside, and there is no run. So, in fact, the signal from the umpire, was there a signal? Wide, yes. 42 it is. This is the start of the 5th over. It's bowled by the left arm spinner from the far end. It's Carlisle Hughes, comes in now. Bows to Richardson, who strokes this one back up along the pitch. There's no run. Certainly the pointers will need to tighten things up. They got to 91 before they lost their first wicket, so they would have gotten a good start, and so too here now. Razor Massive going at 146. This is a full toss. It comes off the top portion of the bat, but it's safe. Coming down to a very fine third man. They turn for the second run, which they will get quite easily. Richardson, he goes to 15, and it's 44 now. 44 for no loss in this, the 5th over. It's Hughes again from the far end. Still within the power play. This one is again outside the line of the leg stump. Let's wait to see if they'll be A signal from the umpire. There's no signal coming off the front pad and just ricochets into the onside. The keeper coming from behind the stumps to pick it up, and there is no run. 44 it is. Over number 5. Hughes comes in. Bowls to Richardson, who drives nicely through the offside field. Out to long off. Fieldsman fumbles but keeps it well under control. Another run for Richardson. He goes to 16, and it's now 46. 46 it is for no loss. And we're still in over number 5. The target for the Razor Massive, 146 if they're to win. 9 wickets to be taken, 10 wickets to be taken by the Pointers. They're to win this contest. Davis it is now. Looks up and sees Carlisle comes in, bows to Davis. Davis drives back up along the pitch. The bowler feels well to his own bowling. There's no run. Davis in tremendous form. 26 really powering strokes to all corners of the round here. Nice touch player. Hits it very hard as well. He was shot outside the leg stump. Pulled away mercilessly through mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. That was a rank long hop, and Davis made no mistake. Got into his wicket. The 50 comes up. So the 50 has been posted. Tony 5 overs completed. The Razor Massives at 146 to win this contest. They are now 50 for no loss. 31 to Davis and 16 to Richardson.
Yes, these two batters, Keith in Davis and Richardson, they are moving along nicely and pushing the score and scoring at a brisk pace here. Hughes just that last ball there, just messing up the over, so to speak, giving a free hit away after he would have bowled nice and tight to only limit the batter to only 3 runs. Just maybe over pitching that one a bit, and in the batter there in Davis making no mistake.
Herbert, number 12 on his back, will pick up over number 6 from this commentary box end. So after this over, they feel can be spread a bit more, but certainly into the final over of the power play. 50 for no loss, Razor Massive. Target 146. 10 wickets for the Pointers. 49? 49 I've been told. Gone ahead of myself. So it's 49. Thank you very much, scorer. As Herbert goes in and bows this one to Richardson, goes back and taps it into the offside field. And there is no run. 49. 49 it is. For no loss, as Herbert goes in and bows this one to Richardson, who cocks this one high in the air. They go through, and he's going to be run out quite easily in the end. Just prodding the ball up, popping it up onto the onside field. That looks like Mossington coming in from short mid-wicket. And Richardson was out of his ground. Davis wasn't interested, didn't respond. So the first wicket goes down for the Razor Massive at 49.
Yes,
that's of Richardson. Run out for 16. It's 49 for 1, Razor Massive.
Razor Massive, and Richardson there livid with himself, beating the batter on his pad there, basically giving it away there. And the Pointers will certainly feel happy that they would have seen the back of one of these two batters, because they were really scoring at a brisk pace and going great guns here, and they'll be certainly looking to peg the scoring back much quicker here, Keith, as this game can slip away from them very easily. The batsman does look like Ashan.
Yes, that's the captain. Ashan Arch is going out, did well with the ball, got a few wickets. Restricted the Pointers to 145. At one stage the Pointers were 91 for 1 after somewhat 12 or 11 or 12 overs. But were restricted. The middle order crumbled, didn't hold. Ashan Hodge playing a major part in this. Let's see what he will do with the batter this time. He will be joining Davis, who has batted well. Davis has got 31 runs to his name. The man just gone for 16 by the run-out route, Keyshawn Richardson. It's 49 for 1, and we're in over number 6. It's been bowled by Andrew Herbert. Right arm off breaks from this the commentary box end. The offside field, short third man, a man at point, extra cover, mid-off, short extra cover, short backward square, and just forward of the square leg umpire, mid-wicket slightly deepish. There's a wide long on as Herbert prepares to bowl his first delivery to the Razor Massive captain Ashan Hodge. 49 for 1, Razor Massive. The target, again, we need to keep reminding you, is 146. Captain Leon Lake making some further changes to the field. He's going into the onside, going into a short mid-wicket, in fact, and sending the man down on the deep backward square, on the deep square boundary. Close in mid-wicket in Lake, the captain. Herbert misses his run. He'll be bowling his first delivery to Ashan Hodge. Comes in now. Also Hodge gets a good delivery, and Hodge comes quietly, easily, competently behind this one, pushes the ball back up along the pitch. On the offside, and there is no run. So the score is kept on 49. It is for the loss of 1. Davis, Richardson, the man out. Run out for 16 as Herbert goes in, bows to Hodge, it goes back and stays this into the offside field and calls Davis through for an easy single. So Hodge is off the mark immediately, and that now brings up the 50 for the loss of 1. Razor Massive.
Yes, 50 for 1. The Razor Massive.
Davis, who spotted well, he's played a number of delightful strokes. Seems to be in good nick, good touch. 50 for 1 as Herbert goes in now and bows to Davis. And Davis swings this one. Where's that gone? Gone just behind the keeper. He's going for it. And the catch is taken by the man at short backward square. So could this be the decisive breakthrough that the pointers were working hard for? Davis, the man, goes in this over number 6, the final over before the field can be spread, the final over the power play. Just hitting the ball high in the air to short backward square. The keeper running back from behind the stumps took an easy catch. So Davis scores for 31, and Tony, it's 2 down now for 50.
Yes, swiftly 2 down for 50. And Davis doing all the hard work in the earlier portion, scoring very fast, and you can say just giving his wicket away. They would have just lost the batter there in Richardson, and instead of looking to consolidate, still looking to press on, maybe think that he was seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit this time, didn't get the connection and the desired direction that he would have liked, just scooping it up in the air, and the fielder there just accepting the catch gleefully, and to see the back of a set batter there in Davis. So some consolidation needs to be made here, Keith, but they have got a good foundation, a good platform to do so, and they can certainly maybe take 1 or 2 overs in order to get themselves set and to see themselves in on this pitch here this afternoon.
Well, the new man in to partner Ashan Hodge is Roland Wright. Wright is in there, wearing the number 12 on his jersey. And it will be Herbert to continue to bowl now to Ashan Hodge. This one is outside the off stump. He goes back and forces this through the offside field. The man at extra cover throws himself around, but they take 2 quite easily in the end. So Hodge goes to 3, and it's 52 now. 52 for the loss of 2. Razor Massive again the target, 146 or 10 wickets to be taken by the pointers. So Hodges 3, Wright yet to score, just replacing Davis, who's gone for 31, as Herbert loops this one up, and Ashan drives nicely, comfortably through the offside field, past the man at extra cover. Very well timed. He goes pretty close to the boundary line. They turn for 2, and that's all there'll be. Hodge goes to 5 now, and it's 54 it is at the end of over number 6. So 6 overs completed. Ashan Hodge is 5. Wright is yet to score. The batsman out. The batters out, I should say. Davis for 31 and Richardson for 16. 54 for the loss of 2 after 6 overs.
Yes, and going along nicely, but just being pegged back there just a little bit. The Razor Massive, the blowing point pointers in the person of Andrew Hobart and Hughes, just tightening things up just a little bit. We've seen where 2 wickets was been taken in Andrew Hobart's over, not heavily scored runs during that particular over as well, and you can see just a little squeeze been put on the Razor Massive at the rate that they really started off with, Keith.
So we've lost a great amount of the sunshine. Lightly overcast at this time, but the light is still good.
Still good.
54 it is, Razor Massive. 6 overs gone of 20. The target, 146. Carlisle Hughes will continue from the far end. Left arm around the wicket, bowls this one to a right, who drives powerfully into the offside field and is wonderfully taken by the fieldsman there. That looks like the Damari Prince. Yes, diving away, showing his class. And so Wright gets off the mark, is 1. The score is now 55. 55 it is for 2. Ashon takes guard from umpire Proctor. The other umpire, I kept saying Burton, he should have been Morton.
Yes.
Mitchell Morton. Here is Carlisle. On the wicket to Ashon, turns this one nicely into the onside field and calls right through for the single. They should get 2. It's been misfielded by the man at backward square. This is not good at all. Not good cricket. Not good cricket at all. 56 it is? 57. 57 for 2.
57 for 2.
This is a nice gripping contest. Recall the pointers were at one stage 91 for 1 when they batted. Here is Carlisle. Loops this one up. It's driven through the offside field. Powerfully out to the man on this deep cover boundary. Ashon Hart just coming onto the front foot and driving nicely. 58 now. 58. The loss of 2. Hodge goes to 6. This one is outside the off stump and Wright goes back and dabs this, looking to find the man at backward point. That's Delano Mussington, the tall figure, getting down nicely and quickly, moving smartly to his right. Score is kept on 58.
Yes, what? 8.
Here is Carlisle with a good delivery, good left armour. That one coming with the arm into the pads, pushed into the offside field by Wright, and there is no run. Some good cricket here now. Some pointers looking to tighten things up after Davis and Richardson gave them a good start. This one is hit through the offside field over the top, but there's a man out there. Deep cover boundary, a sweeper, and just another run to Wright. Wright is on 3, I take it.
2.
Wright is 2, and Kishon has...
he has 8.
8. Kishon is 8. So Kishon is 8. And it's 59. 59 for 2. We're seeing a free hit. There was a no ball. So umpire Proctor signaling. Just twirling the right arm over his head, indicating it's a free hit. For height, I believe, on that occasion. Here is Carlisle Hughes in now to Kishon, who looking to force it to the onside, and there's a bit of a mix-up in the running, crisscrossing each other, but in the end it's safe, they didn't collide. And Kishon got himself another run. He goes to 9, and it's 60. 60, not capitalizing on that free hit. 61. I've been officially informed by our official scorer, Livingston Clifton. Thank you so very much. So 7 completed, and it's 61 for 2. Kishon is 9, and Wright has got 2. Ashon is 9, and Roland Wright was 2.
Yeah, Keith, and good over there, bowled by Hughes. We saw him in the field last year, really bowling very well, and so far just conceding some 11 runs from his 2 overs so far, and so looking to tighten things up here and looking to really turn the screws on the Razor Massive. But what I can say though, the Razor Massive, the batters, they are really putting some pressure on the fielders as well, running each and every single very quickly, and making the fielders missed quite a bit.
It's Herbert to continue now into Hodge, just stays this one down to that very fine third man, fine and short third man. Gets himself another run. He goes to double figures now. Ashon goes to 10, and it's 62 now. 62 for 2. Roland Wright, who's got 2, comes into strike. Just remarking or retaking his guard from umpire Morton, standing at the commentary box end, the northern end. of the ground here at the James Ronald Webster Park. Gripping cricket, been followed closely. As Herbert goes in, this one is short and he goes back and forces this through the offside field. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely stroke. Short outside the off stump, gave himself some room. And he just crashed it through the offside field, through that cover gap. And he just raced away over the turf here at the James Ronald Webster Park. Into the boundary it goes for 4. Lovely stroke there from right. He goes to 6. And the score on by 4 to 66 now for the loss of 2 Razor Massive. Going at 146 in this over number 8. Coming up after this one, Doc Bryan Jr. will be in the seat alongside, I think, Sambo will be in here as well to continue the broadcast. Here is Herbert now in, bows to Ashaw to right, pushes this one into the offside field, calls Hartshaw very quickly for another run. So right is 3. And Ashon has got 10.
6.
Right is 6, I beg your pardon. 6 to right. 10 to Hodge. And it's 63. 63 for the loss of 2. The 2 batters just meet in mid-pitch to have a chat. Just planning their strategy. Captain Leon Lake of the Pointers just making a few changes. The umpires also had a brief meeting. 67 it is. 67. 67 it is. 67. 10 to Hodge and 6 to right. 7 to right?
Yeah.
Yes, 7 to right. I had 6 on my sheet, but the official scorer, that's the man who we get it all from. This one is up outside the off stump, driven nicely through the offside field, but they go straight out to the sweeper on the boundary. And Hodge gets himself another run. 68 now. 6-8 for 2. This is over number 8, being bowled from this commentary box end. Here is Herbert, Andrew Herbert, right arm over the wicket, short, and this one is tagged down to the man on the boundary, and he takes the catch. That's a wonderful catch. He leaned into it, and he took a catch on the deep square leg boundary. That looks like that's Damari Prince, I think it is, and it went into his hand. So another wicket goes down here. That was right, I think it was, swinging to the onside, not keeping it down, and he's picked the man out. Picked Prince out. So another wicket goes down. It's now 68 for the loss of 3. Remember, the Razor Massive need to get 146. Herbert, Andrew Herbert, right arm over the wicket, short, and this one is tagged down to the man on the boundary, and he takes the catch. That's a wonderful catch. And Doc Bryan Jr. will take over for me.
Yes, certainly, Keith.
Andrew Herbert, right arm over the wicket, short, and this one is tagged down to the man on the boundary, and he takes the catch. That's a wonderful Andrew Herbert, right arm over the wicket, short, and this one is tagged down to the man on the boundary, and he takes the catch.
Trying to defend the 145 runs that was scored by them in their turn at bat. The fielder over there, he would have put a catch down, and this time redeeming himself, this time making sure that he would have gathered that one and did so really nicely. Just before Sambo comes in, I just want to make mention of our sponsors, Dr. Mauro J. Sander, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort, and Gulf Coast, Nagico Insurances, Carita, Walgreen, Lindholm, Zemi Beach Hotel, Digicel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, the National Caribbean Commercial Bank, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronic Radio Anguilla, Best Buy Supermarket, Class FM 92.9. We have Clean Stream, Lloyd Live, and Mega Charles, all of our sponsors.
So challenges a new batsman. He'll be replacing the just gone Rolando Wright. Caught down at the boundary of the bowling of Herbert. Herbert will continue now. Herbert into bowl to the new man Sinclair. Challenger, who's turning into the leg side, will pick up a single off the mark straight away. Score moves on to 69 for 3, and I must say with the shift in the batting lineup for the Razor Massives, they are starting to look a bit deeper now because they still have Lanville Harrigan in the shed. As I say, good afternoon once again to Sambo.
Yes, good afternoon. We are here, and the score is ticking over very quickly. Although they have lost wickets, but they are moving at a very quick rate here, about 8 runs and over, chasing 146 for victory.
So it is going to be, looks like Hughes to continue the bowling, his left arm off spin from the Polyclinic end. He is bowled well thus far. He will be bowling to the new man in Challenger. Man sweeping on the offside, the long on and the deep mid wicket, the men out right now to the new man in Challenger. Hughes in again. And this one is driven down the ground. It will not be stopped by Khalid Hughes, and it will be a single. The 70 has been brought up. It's 70-3 in the course of over number 9. They've been ticking along quite well, have the Razor Massives. Good run rate in chase of 146 for victory. Khalid Hughes will be bowling between the umpiring stumps, tossing the ball hand to hand as Sean Hodge retakes his guard. Hughes now around the wicket to Sean Hodge, who was trying to cut that one that was very wide of the off stump, but it will not be called a wide by the umpire. So the dot ball score remains at 70 for the loss of 3 wickets. Hughes in again now into bowl to Ashawn Hodge. Slow and fighting up. Ashawn goes up and over mid-off. It was a full toss. It will be one bounce into the rope for 4 runs.
Yes, that was a glorious shot indeed. He waited on it and dispatched it towards the boundary at long off.
It was a rank full toss. He tried to flight this one up, but got it horribly wrong, and Ashawn Hodge made him pay. He's batted well here at number 3. Usually has opened the batting for the Razor Massives, but again, they seem to have extended their batting lineup by promoting a few guys up the order, like Kenroy Davis and Kishonna Richardson. So they still have Lanville Harrigan in the shed still to come. They also have the likes of Eric Rogers and Eversley Brown, who can hold a bat.
Yes, I saw them in the practice session. Brown was doing very well in the practice session they had on Wednesday.
It will be Hughes again to Ashawn Hodge, shorter and wider. This one will be called a wide. Score moves on to 75. 75 the score, still for the loss of 3 wickets. Ashawn Hodge is on, I believe, 15. I believe he's on 15.
It's 15.
Hughes again short and wide, and once again will be called a wide. So giving away a few runs now is Khalid Hughes, not as tight as he was last season. He was very economical last season. Now he's bowling a bit looser, giving away a few more runs. He's in again to Ashawn Hodge. That's a much better line, and Ashawn is just going to push it back down towards a long off for only a single.
Yes, he was bowling much better in the last season, but now he's giving umpire Proctor good exercise by exercising those wides.
Khalid Hughes between umpire and stumps. Now to both the challengers, short and wide again. Challenger will shoulder arms. It will be no run.
54. Last ball. You're blocking the stadium. You're going to do a baseball.
Hughes again. To both the challenger. Challenger's forward. He is wrapped on the pads there. The appeal does go up, but umpire Proctor is unmoved. He says just leg bys as they did run a single.
You see, umpire Proctor was not interested in that appeal. He just
Hughes again.
Waved and signaled to the scorers of a leg
wrapped on
by.
the pads there. The appeal does go up, but umpire Proctor is unmoved. We are after 9 over, sorry. It is 78 the score. 78
Hughes
for the
again.
loss of 3 wickets. The scoring
To go to
rate
Challenger.
is-
Challenger's forward. He is wrapped on the pads there. The appeal does go up.
runs and over, nearing
Umpire
9 runs
Proctor
and
is
over.
unmoved.
I don't care where you come from in Scotland. Move your back now.
Scoring at about 8.7 runs and over as Sean Hodge has had a change of bat. It will
Yes.
be Herbert to continue. It's a deep square leg, a deep cover on the offside, a long off and a long on in place. Third man is about halfway back. Herbert to bowl to the man Sinclair Challenger, who turns it down to the leg side for just a single.
You see, there are many gaps in the field. Here, you don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Just play very straight through the gap and start to run.
The run rate is very good at this present moment, so they can afford to look to consolidate and try to not lose any more wickets, because they wouldn't want to expose their lower middle order as it's pushing to the offside now for a single.
Yeah, that's the idea. Just play it into the gaps and run, because they are ahead on scoring at run rate.
So it's Herbert again. He has a wicket, and he will bowl now to Challenger, who's trying to cut but is beaten outside the off stump. It will be no runner.
You said this ball was too close to him to try to play the cut shot.
It was a bit too close for him to cut. Herbert once again into bowl to Challenger, and to the delivery. Challenger is back, and it looked like it wrapped him on the pads, but it was a very high and wide, so there was no appeal. 80 the score, 80 for the loss of 3 wickets for the Razor Massives in the course of over number 10. Herbert to Challenger, and Challenger's forward and pushing defensively back to the bowler Herbert for no runs. It's much better over from Andrew Herbert.
Yes, he has settled down and hold his own, and he is within himself now, bowling properly at this time.
Herbert, the Challenger, who's again forward, pushing into the offside for no run. Is forcing the batsman to play a lot more defensive. The run rate has dropped to just around 8 now, and at the end of over number 10, we are at the drinks break. It is 80 for a loss of 3 wickets. We've had just 2 runs of that over. 80 for 3 going into the drinks break. In the power play, the man Kenroy Davis was striking the ball very well, scored 26. He was partnered by Kishon Richardson, who scored, I believe, 13. And now Sean Hodge and Challenger are continuing to take the attack to the pointers after Wright was dismissed for 7, caught on the bowling of Herbert, as I will say good afternoon to Ralph Hodge.
Yeah, good afternoon, young Mr. Brian. Quite an interesting day for cricket here. We've been treated with all kind of shades for the day. At one point in time, a little drizzle. Another point in time, hot sun. And now it's extremely cool and nice. I'm sure both the fielding and batting side would love it out there. The Island Harbour team getting a very useful start, getting a little careless and lost a couple of quick wickets. We are now 3 wickets down. We are on 80, so we are talking another 67 runs and another 10 overs. So we are going at under the required rate of the established rate of 7.6, I think, or 3 it was. Now we are down to 6.6, 6.7. So it's a possibility that it's in reaching distance, but certainly the batsmen will have to work for their runs. The pointers will not give it away. And knowing Ashon Hodge, Ashon is quite a greedy batsman, if you could use that term. One who loves batting and one who would want
try to not lose any more wickets, because they wouldn't want to expose their lower middle order, as it's pushing to the offside now for a single. Yes, and It's Herbert again. He has a wicket, and he will bowl now to Challenger, who's trying to cut but is beaten outside the off stump. It's Herbert again. He has a wicket, and he will bowl now to Challenger, who's trying to cut but is beaten outside the off stump. It will bowl to Challenger. The Challenger is back and
pretty much collapsing after that, only getting to 140. And we may see the beginning of that in this innings as well as the run rate back and to slow down. It was somewhere around the 9 area a bit earlier. Now down to 8.
Challenger forward and pushing defensively back to the bowler Herbert short and much better.
Challenger able to overcome this difficult time for batting as we
again forward, pushing into the offside
the veteran level. Harrigan still in the shed, and we know how dangerous he can be on his day.
Yeah, the 8 runs is actually what would have taken place, the 8-run average, because we only have 67 more runs to go, and we are talking 10 overs, which makes the required rate even lower than 8. And certainly if Ashon gets into it, and then you have somebody giving him a bit of support higher up and Lanville Harrigan comes lower down, we do not know what will happen, but it's still a major match going on. Both sides think they have a chance in it. Right now the edge seems to be to the batting side, but cricket is such a funny game, we will have to watch it as we go along.
I must say the addition of Kenroy Herbert has been a big addition for the Razor Masters because he extends their bowling lineup, which means they now have, 3 or 4 pacers, and he also opens the batting, it seems like, so it allows for Lanville Harrigan and Sean Hodge to come in a bit later, which also deepens what seemed at the time, or at the start, to be a rather top-heavy batting lineup. But with Rolando Wright and Kenroy Davis's ability to bat, as well as Keyshawn Richardson's availability right now. He was injured last season for most of last season, but is now available and healthy in this tournament, and that certainly extends the Razor Masters batting lineup a fair few spots.
Well, certainly the Blowing Point team, they have some reasonably good batsmen, like you have Walker at the top and the like guys who can really hang around. The young man whose name you spoke to, who gave a comment on the pitch, they seem to be good batsmen in terms of our cricket, and you're going to have to dislodge them if you're going to do much harm, early harm, as far as the pointers is concerned.
Well, this young man is a game changer. It looks like it's going to be Jaden Carmichael who'll be taking up the attack from the Polyclinic end. He'll be assisted by the wind. He goes left arm off spinner, and the wind blowing from the east to the west will assist him in getting turn. He'll be moving the ball away from the right-hander. Jaden Carmichael, the left arm off spinner from St. Kitts and Nevis. They play for the West Indies under 19 as well. Carmichael now into bowl to Ashon Hodge, and Hodge is back in, looking to push, can't get it past the extra cover fielder. It will be no runner.
Well, certainly a rare phenomenon in cricket to have a left arm off spinner, something you virtually do not hear about in the game at all.
Here he is again, Carmichael. Short and wide, Ashon Hodge looks to cut but can't get it past the fielder. Maybe trouble here, and he will be gone. Challenger came for a run by himself. Ashon Hodge sent him back. He could not get back in time, and once again, for the second game in a row, right after the water break, a wicket has fallen.
Yes, certainly very, very careless batting. We cannot call that a lapse in concentration. Very careless running between the wicket. The ball is hit quite hard, straight to cover. Where are you straying out of your crease? The shot was virtually not properly completed, and the challenger looking for a run, and that's a bit unfortunate.
Well, challenger, he was knocking the ball around just a bit, but a new batsman does come in, and it looks like it may be Eversley Brown, I believe, who's strolling into the middle. He can strike the ball a fair distance, can Eversley Brown?
Yeah, this is very interesting. Because playing quite a lot of cricket with Eversley Brown, we all knew him to be a number 11 batsman, and we mean a number 11 batsman. Over the last couple of years, his batting has improved significantly, and seeing him up the order, there's virtually no surprise.
Yes, and a player who his journey has pretty much mirrored is the man from Ireland. We'll get his name to you shortly. I can't remember it off the top of my head right now. But it's Carmichael again, now into bowl to Ashon Hodge, and Hodge is driving through the offside. And again now, Brown comes for a run by himself, and that's 2 catastrophic errors in running between the wickets in a row. Can you believe it? Eversley Brown has gone without facing a single delivery, running a single by himself once again, and the Razor Massives are all of a sudden capitulating.
Well, certainly in one-day cricket, if I'm going to have to lay blame now, I'm going to lay the blame on Ashon. That ball was played very far away from the middle of the wicket, and I don't see the middle of the pitch rather, and I don't see any reason why he did not go for the run, because Brown was more than halfway down, had to turn back, and was just barely run out.
Well then, can you believe it? We just saw that error occur the ball before. They came back and they made the exact same error.
And how unfortunate things can happen, and certainly one would have expected Brown to stay out in the middle with Ashon, but something to note, if there is a weak part of Ashon's cricket, is his running between the wicket, his ability to judge a run, and we've seen that with him on many occasions. A fantastic batsman, but then for some reason he hasn't gotten the running between the wickets correct.
It's been a problem of his for a long period of time, and it's still plaguing him. The person I was referring to just now was Andrew Balbirnie from Ireland, and we didn't even get to see the man even get a chance to score any runs today. Eversley Brown didn't get a face of delivery, but it was Carmichael. And Ashon sweeps down towards the backward square leg area. Man comes across from the sweeper boundary on the leg side, but they will get 2. Ashon moves on to 19 now, and the score has finally reached 82, finally getting off of 80.
Getting off 80 with quite a good shot, but just before getting off 80, losing 2 unnecessary wickets.
All of a sudden it's 82 for 5. The scoreline does not look as good as it did a couple balls ago. Carmichael to Hodge, who's back, and pushing into the offside, will not get a run.
Certainly quite a nice line from the bowler. He's somewhere just outside the off stump, spinning back into the batsman. Not quite a lot of turn, but a very good line in length.
Carmichael again, and Ashon Hodge is trying to punch into the offside, and again there's a bit of miscommunication. Luckily for them, Delano couldn't collect cleanly on the first attempt.
Well, certainly the running between the wicket now is becoming a comedy, because on all 3 occasions it was virtually the same thing. Unfortunately, in 2 of the cases, a wicket was lost via the run-out route. On this occasion, it was not. I know this will be weighing heavily on the batter's mind in terms of Ashon Hodge, but he's out there. He has to just settle down and go ahead playing his cricket.
Well, this partnership right here will be critical if the Razor Massives were to chase down this target. They wouldn't want any of these guys to get out right now, as it looks like the man level Harrigan has gone into the middle now. So the London Muslims will be brought back now from this commentator's box end, as Nigel Sorry is the new batsman. So still no Langville Harrigan. Still no Langville. We still await him, and I wonder if he's saving himself for the very end. We can come in and just smash around the ball a bit.
Well, I believe that might be the trend of thought at the moment. I will wait and see what happens, and then when I come in, maybe I will be in a position to have a fling at it with the best of the bowlers from the pointers out of the way.
Nigel Hodge, a new batsman. They may want him to stick around until possibly the 15th or 16th over, when Langville will look to make his way into the middle. Delano Mussington, who was smashed around just a little bit by Kenroy Davis in the power play. He's back on for his second spell now, having just bowled the 1 over, I believe. Mussington into ball to a new batsman in Nigel Hodge, and Hodge is pushing into the offside. He will get a single.
And Hodge is looking good, very good.
Certainly very lackadaisical in running. Their single was always on, but one would like to see more effort from the batsmen in the middle, more hustle in terms of running the runs. One-day cricket is about aggression, and we need to see that more from everybody on the field of play.
Yes, we would want to see a bit more aggression, especially in the running between the wickets. It was good from the pointers to a point, but it's not been the best from the Razor Massives. And they have lost 2 wickets because of it, possibly 3 actually, with Keyshawn Richardson's wicket. Mussington again, now into ball to Ashawn Hodge. It's Fuller, and Ashawn is driving furiously down towards long off. It will be fielded and returned by, looks like Oliver Walker, so only a single.
Certainly a fantastic shot on that occasion, all along the ground, just past the bowler, somewhat straight back past the bowler, and there is someone in the deep backing up, 2 people in the deep backing up, so they could only be a single.
Field being changed now, as it looks like maybe it's an issue with the ball as the umpires are conferencing right now. It is 84 right now for the loss of 5 wickets, I do believe. 84 for 5.
Well, certainly they are going to have to do some short-term planning. How are we going to approach another 10 runs? How we are going to approach another 10 runs and have small targets if they are going to make any impression in terms of reaching that 146 runs.
It was looking like they were coasting at this chase earlier, but now it's looking a lot more balanced, well balanced. Muskington into ball to Nigel, and he's knocked over his leg stump. Nigel is bowled. The land of Muskington's pace comes to the fore once again. It was full, it was straight. Nigel, you miss. The land of Muskington says, I hit.
Yes. Certainly pitched a little outside the leg stump, and the batsman and Nigel Hodge virtually allowing all stumps open and lost his leg stump. A loose-looking shot on that occasion. The batter should have been playing it straight up the wicket or trying to gently turn it into the leg side, but guilty of going across the line on that occasion and yet another Razor Massive wicket.
If ever back in his career, coming in at number 8, it's Lanville Harrigan.
Well, certainly Lanville Harrigan is there for moral support in the side, a long-standing hero when it comes to cricket in Anguilla, and one who loves the game, one who wants to see other people doing well in the game. As a matter of fact, comes from a family of brothers, maybe the second biggest brother family in terms of cricket in Anguilla, because the family that would outweigh everyone in that on this island. It will take a very long time for it to be changed, if ever would be the practice, where you have a load of brothers and a load of good cricketers.
Washington, he has come back a lot stronger in this second spell of his, and he's gotten a wicket of Nigel Hodge, who did not look the most comfortable at the wicket. And as we said, as the wicket gets older, it becomes a lot more difficult to bat on.
Certainly the ball is not getting up as high as one would expect, so you're going to have to be playing straight most of the time. Going across the line is not an option on this pitch at the moment.
Mussington from the commentary box said number 1 on his back, bowling right arm at medium pace. Over the wicket now into ball to the new man level Harrigan. Harrigan is driving down towards long on very stylishly, will get a single.
Well, certainly the drive is owned by Lanville Harrigan, no matter where on the field. He generally plays with a very straight bat, so once you go up to him, he's always willing to carry you down the ground. And Mussington actually laboring a bit, not laboring actually, but lumbering up to the wicket, a big man, and actually getting quite a bit of purchase out of the wicket, because the ball seemed to be dodging in a little, dodging out, and with it not getting any significant height, he will be quite a bit to handle on this pitch at the moment.
Well, it's going to be a free hit, as there was a no ball in the previous delivery. Free hits for Ashon Hodge, comes across, swings down to the leg side, it's straight down the throat of the man, but it was a free hit, and I don't think that he knows it. It looked like Ricardo John, the fielder there, had shot the wicket, who took the catch, and he had no idea it was a free hit.
Certainly the players are not in the game. It's because a free hit was signal. Everybody know the only way you could get out from a free hit is a run out.
Mussington now passes the umpire into ball to Ashon Hodge, who's driving down to the long on area towards Jaden Carmichael, who does the fielding. It's just a single.
A nice looking shot from Ashon Hodge on the occasion. A batter of class, pitching somewhere around middle and off stump, coming into Ashon Hodge, and with a very straight bat, he just hits it on the onside of the fielder out to long on for a single. Little conversation now between Hodge and Harrigan, and certainly they are saying, look, if we can take it through another 5 overs at a respectable rate per over, certainly without losing any hours, things could happen.
After 12, it is 86 for 6. The wickets have certainly fallen here, and the scorecard, which was looking so good at the water break at 80 for 3, they've now scored 6 runs in just in 2 overs. It's the run rate has slowed all the way down to almost a complete halt.
Yeah, it has slowed up, but still the batting side, while would not be the favorites to me at the moment, they still have a go at it. 60 runs off 8 overs could be easy batting if someone gets in control, but it doesn't look like nobody is getting in control at the moment.
Carmichael to continue the bowling. Ashon sweeps, and the next place you'll be hearing in the hot box will be the man Keystone Graves.
Thank you so very much. 86 for 6. So certainly raise the masses up against it here this time. As we look at the Carmichael coming in from the far end. Left arm around the wicket to Ashon, who sweeps at this one. A wide will be called and signal, has been called and signaled by the umpire. It's now 87 for 6. Razor Massive set 146 to win this game. Carmichael again, left armer from the far end around the wicket to Hodge, who comes forward, and there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. That one spun quite sharply into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Hodge was pushing forward, and the left arm getting some bite and turn on that occasion. Very good delivery. 87 for 6. We'll get the scores for Ashon in just a while. This one is again another good delivery. There's a shout for LBW, but umpire Proctor is not interested. Very good bowling here by Carmichael, and Ashon walks away towards short backward square, trying to keep his concentration. Everything depends on this pair at the wicket now. In Lanville Harrigan leaning on his bat and on striker's end. 87 for 6. Carmichael is in, Boso Hart outside the line of the leg stump. Sound down to backward square. Nicely stopped there by Andrew Herbert, throwing himself full stretch to his right, and there is no run. Ralph, this certainly is turning into a very gripping contest.
Yes, certainly, Keith. But my favorites at the moment would be the Pointers, because this pair means quite a lot to what happens for Razor Massive.
Here is Carmichael again in over number 12. This one goes back. Ashon goes back, pushes this one into the over number 13. In fact, out into the offside, picked up by the captain of Pointers.
Yeah,
That's Lick, end of 13, 87 for 6.
And Keith, you have to tell me when last you've heard of a left arm off spinner. It's not very common
Idiot.
It's not very common that we hear of a left arm off spinner in cricket. And I am certain maybe this might be the only one that's around at the moment.
So the score is actually 88 for 6 after 13. With Ashan Hodge on 21. Lanville Harrigan is yet to score. Again, the target is 146 or 10 wickets for Razor Massive. So far, they've taken 6. Samuel Theodore comes in beside me. Of course, we've got the Queen's Baton Relay all set to get underway here in Anguilla. As we look at Delano Mussington bowling with the third man, the man at point. There's an extra cover, long off, long on, sweep on the deep cover boundary, short fine leg, mid wicket deep, and there's a man right out on the square leg boundary. Delano Mussington, right arm, need him fast. Oh, this one is driven by Harrigan, but straight to the man at extra cover in Leon Lake, and there is no run. Over number 14 in progress, 88 for 6, 21 to Hodge, the captain and non-striker. Pointers getting to 145. At one stage, they were 91 for 1. As Mussington runs away from us once more. It's up to the wicket now. Bows this one to Harrigan, who drives powerfully out to long on. There's a man rushing off the boundary. And Lanville Harrigan gets his first run. He's won. It's 89 now. 89 for 6.
2.
Lanville on 2. I beg your pardon. Lanville Harrigan is on 2. Ashan has 21. So Lanville Harrigan, the non-striker, is on 2. Ashan has 21. Slightly overcast conditions. As Delano goes in and bows this one, driven powerfully but straight to the man at extra cover. Lanville explored the possibility of a run but turned back very quickly.
Yeah, he was backing up too far off, and he got back in time by doing this.
89 for 6. Target 146 or 10 wickets for the pointers. They've gotten 6 so far. Mussington goes in and bows this one. Oh, that one came back a long way. Beat the batsman, beat the keeper, went down to very fine leg. The throw comes in and into the keeper's end, but that one really that one really came back quite a long way.
Yes, that ball really cut back, nipped back on that surface here. It was playing very well, but this one, very sharp turn, I would say at this time.
91 it is now. Ashan goes to 23. Harrigan has 2, but that one really came back a long way. And it was quick. One of the quickest deliveries seen all day. Kept low as well. Here is Delano Mussington, right arm, medium fast. He's up, bowls to Ashan, goes back and squirts this out to the man at point. That's Herbert, and there is no run.
Yes, pointers have tightened up right now, and they are making it very difficult for the batting team to reach the target. Very difficult indeed.
It's a question of keeping it tight. Over number 14 in progress. Mussington runs away from us. He's up there once more, and this one outside the line of the leg stump, and the call will most likely come. Yes, it does come now. It's a wide. 92 for 6 over number 14.
Still need 50 odd runs to score in 7 overs, but they could still do it with some lusty hitting. Harrigan is there, he could do it.
It's going to be a tall order. Delano goes in, bows to Ashan. He comes off the outside edge, is dropped by the keeper. Looking to stay this down to third man, came off the outside edge. The keeper moved to his right, couldn't take it, and Hodge gets a life. He's 23, Ashan Hodge. It's 92 for 6 after 14 overs.
Yes, if he had hold on to this, they would be in further trouble at this time. Searching for that ball, and he missed it. He edged it, and the keeper fumbled it a bit.
Yeah, there's a bad miss there for the pointers. Ashan looking to run it down the third man, flow off the outside edge. And the keeper diving away to his right could not get it into the glove. Flowed it. And so Ashan lives to fight another day. As I said, the pair of Harrigan, Lanville Harrigan and Ashan Hodge. This is the pair that will have to do it for their team. The two most experienced players left in the side, as Carmichael will continue from the far end. Carmichael with Leeward Islands and West Indies youth cricket experience. He'll be bowling to Lanville Harrigan and 2. 92 for 6 is the score. The target is 146.
You see, at one time I thought that they would be further up, about 130 at this time at the rate they were going, but they have slowed down considerably right now.
Yes, they were certainly going well when you had Davis and Kishon start to give them a good start. But they have certainly slumped some very, very bad running between the wickets. 2, 3 plus 2 run-outs, you know, almost back-to-back. So it's been, so that certainly took the heart out of the Razor Massive. But can Harrigan, Lanville Harrigan and Ashan Hodge take it home for their team Razor Massive? This is always a tight contest between these two teams. Here is Carmichael in now, balls to Lanville Harrigan coming onto the front foot. There's a shot for LBW. Balls ricochets off the front pad and goes to short third man. And there is no run.
Yes, it was a very loud appeal. All the players cried out, but umpire Proctor said not out.
So Carmichael, the left arm spinner, bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Lanville Harrigan. Lanville Harrigan taps away, looks up at young Carmichael as he comes in now and bows to Harrigan. Harrigan drives this one into the onside, out to mid-wicket. The man coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Harrigan gets his third round. It's now 93 for 6.
Yes, he played a very good stroke, but only for 1 run. The fielder came from the boundary and cut it off. He has good strokes remaining in him.
So they certainly need some fireworks, need to get the scoring on quite quickly. The overs are going by quickly. This one is hit high in the air, out to long on. Goes past the fieldsman and that's 4 runs, or is it? Yes, 4-run signal. So Ashan opening up and lifting this one out to wide long on. The fieldsman came around to his left, but could not save it. It went past him, fell inside the boundary and went across. And 4 more runs to Ashan. He goes now to 27, and it's 97. 97 it is. 97 for 6 in over number 15.
He's trying his best that he wants his teams to win, so he had played a very lusty stroke into the outfield that went for 4.
He certainly will need a lot more of this type of hitting. Here's Carmichael. Let's see what he does. Serves up this time. He comes in now and bows to Ashan. He goes back and stays this one gently, but straight to the man. Short third man, that's Mussington, Delano, and there is no run.
Yes, the sun has come out again and we are playing in bright condition once more. It was overcast a while ago. That would help the bowlers.
Yes, it's good to see the sun back with us here at the James Warner website. This one is faster, flatter delivery, tucked into the onside. Easy single there for the asking for it to be taken, and it is taken. 1 more to Hodge, 28 years, 98 now for 6. Still in the 15th over. Carmichael is the bowler, left arm bowling around the wicket from the southern end of the ground with the Central Polyclinic sign clearly in our view from our vantage point here on the northern end of the commentary booth. Here is Carmichael, changing now, bowling over the wicket. This one, Harrigan comes forward and steers it gently to the man at short third man, Mussington fields. Harrigan gets his 4th run. 99 it is now for 6 at the end of over number 15. 99 for 6 after 15.
You see, Harrigan still have the strokes. He played that one very lightly and started running immediately. But he would have to open out so that his team could win.
So the 2 batters, Harrigan and Hodge, they're having a mid-pitch conference. So 2 of the pointers fielding team, led by Leon Lake, having a little chat as the players disperse to the far corners of the James Ronald Webster Park. Mussington will continue from the commentary box end, and he'll be bowling to Lanville Harrigan. Harrigan is on 4. Keyshawn Hodge, the captain, who got some wickets today, he's got 28. It's 99 for 6 as we're about to start the 16th over. So Sambo, there certainly need to be some runs scored in these next few overs if they're to come anywhere close to the target.
Yes, they would have to go very quickly by about 8 to 9 runs an over, somewhere thereabout.
Here is Mussington running away from us. He's up now. Bowser Harrigan pulls this one into the onside. They get 1.
Yes.
They certainly need more than that. The 100 comes up. So the 100 comes up for the Razor Massive in the 16th over. They're now 100 exactly for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, still needing 46 runs to do it in 3.5 overs.
The field pretty much spread now. Third man, back, good point. Extra cover, mid-wicket deep, long off, long on, square leg, short fine leg. It's Delano Mussington, tall figure. Ambles up to the wicket. He's up there now. He bowls outside the off stump. Keyshawn gets a run, dragging this from outside the offside into the onside out to that straightish mid-on position. He goes to 29 and it's 101 now. 101 for 6.
You see, we would still like to see him hitting more balls into the boundary. Yes, their singles are getting the score over, but 4 runs they would definitely need to be hitting the ball.
So the pointer's really tightening the screw at this particular stage. Certainly needs some good powerful hits, some power hitting now. This one to Harrigan, he hits this one, but only succeeds in dragging it into the pitch. Mussington falling through picks it up. There is no run. Kept on 101 for 6. Over number 16 of 20. Target 146 in case you might be joining us for the first time today. Pointers got to 145 when they batted. Here's Mussington now into Harrigan. Harrigan drives powerfully back past the bowler. Out to long off. It comes. There's Oliver. Gets the ball back in to Delano. Harrigan goes to 6 now. And Ashawn, who's on 29, comes into strike. It's 102. 102 for 6 in over number 16.
Well, they are trying to rush on with the score right now. That's what they should be doing at this time.
And a dog comes onto the pit, to the field, as though he wants to help the team. This one is played into the offside field. So dog, so we have what, 12? That dog is feeling at extra cover.
Yes, and taking his time moving across.
Taking his time moving across. Oh my, what a great game of cricket. Delano Mussington, it's 102 for 6 over number 16. Bowling to Hodge on 29. He goes in now, bowls the Hodge outside the off stump, driven powerfully out to long off, but there's a man posted there, Oliver. He fields and takes Ashawn Hodge to 30. And it's 103. Yes, 103 for 6, Sambo.
Yeah.
At the end of over number 16.
So we have 4 overs remaining in which to get these runs. One by one will not do it. They need some lusty hitting at this time and bring it home.
So we prepare for over number 17. 103 for 6. Can they do it? Razor Massive. Well, let's go to the Pointers. Played well today. Lost their way in their middle, but came back and at least posted a fairly challenging total of 145. We thought they would have gotten to perhaps maybe 180. And the Razor Massive started well with Davis and Richardson. They started out really well, got the score up to close to 50 or thereabouts, batted well, but then there was this mini collapse in the middle with 2 unnecessary run-outs, and that certainly set them back.
Yes, they lost their way in the middle. Right now, they are just trying to consolidate right now, and Landfill is trying to take them home.
So Carmichael, I think this will be his final over. Left arm spinner from the far end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Hodge, who's on 30. 103 for 6. Over number 17 has just started. First delivery pushed into the offside field, and there is no run. So we could sense the anticipation of a victory for the Pointers, but it's not over till it's over.
See, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
Here is Carmichael into Ashawn, who turns this one into the onside nicely. Should get a couple here. But Harrigan, with his size, not being able to move too quickly between the wicket. 31 to Ashawn, and it's 104 for the loss of 6. So Lanville certainly will need to hit some 6s and 4s if he doesn't want to run. He can't. He's very slow between the wickets. So he will need to hit some powerful blows here if the Razor Massive is to get anywhere near the 146 they require for victory. And they're certainly struggling. The straight ends here, I understand, about 70 yards on the straight sides. This one is outside the line of the leg stump, taken on the pad, a shout. Umpire Proctor is not interested. Another dot goes into the scorebook, still kept on 106 for 3 over number 17.
He tried sweeping that ball into the fine leg area, but made no contact.
Carmichael it is. Bowling to Harrigan. Needs to hit a couple 6s and some 4s. This one he dances down and drives powerfully down the ground. But there's a man out there at long on. He'll only get a single. He just ambles through, taking his time. 104 for the loss of 6 over number 17, and it's becoming rather pedestrian-like now. Odds certainly stocked in favor of the Pointers for a victory here. Here is Carmichael in now, so Ashano hits this one down the ground. It's gone a long, long way. It's gone over the boundary for 6.
Yes, that
110 for 6. Ashon Hodge really dancing into this one, floated up by Carmichael, the left arm spin, and lofted it high over long on. The fieldsman on the boundary looked up and saw the ball sailing over his head. 6 runs to Ashon Hodge. He goes to 37, I make it. 111 is the score. 1-1-1. 111 for 6.
Yes, he made good connection with that ball.
Very good connection. 1-1-1 for 6. And umpire David Shepherd of England, had he been alive, would have been up on his and jumping around. This one is carried up, pushed into the offside field, and there is no run. End of over number 17. 111 for 6.
They still need some 34 runs to get in 2 overs.
111 for 6. 111 for 6 in search of 146 for victory, and just 3 overs remaining. They will have to go at around and about 10 and over from this point in order to
up on his, and
get
jumping
the
around. This one is carried up, pushed into the offside field, and there is no run.
They will need 35 from the last 3. Going at
that's almost 12 runs and over.
11 and a half runs and over.
Well, it can happen because 2 6s is 12, and if you hit 5 6 6s, 6 6s, it will be all over. But we'll have to see what happens.
It is going to be the man Newman, I believe, Tarek Newman, who will be back for his second spell. So that's a luxury of having so many bowlers. I haven't had to turn to Oliver Walker to come and bowl some off spin. He did bowl well last season, but he hasn't been required today, at least just yet. 111 for 6. It will be Newman, left arm off spinner between umpire and stumps into Lanville Harrigan, who's looking to cut, wrapped on the pads, but he's struck outside the line of the off stump. It will be a dot ball. They've also not had to turn to Damari Prince as well, just there to also bowls good right arm off spin. Usually a wicket keeper as well, and that's a good luxury when he doesn't have to wicket keep or bowl, just focus on his batting. Newman again. This one a bit shorter, and it's edge, and it has been taken. Landon Harrigan walks. He's edged it behind. A good catch by the wicket keeper. And is that the end of the chase? Will that be all? I think Landon Harrigan may have been their last hope. And it will take a miraculous effort from Ashon Hodge for them to drag themselves to a victory.
That was a very poor shot from Lanville. Lanville, the ball was outside the off stump, moving away from him and not playing the attacking shot. He just tried to stay the ball and the ball taking the edge. The first one, he missed it. And the bowler just pitched the exact same delivery a little wider. And then I would have been going for the big shot because it come what may. But unfortunately, a very good catch by the wicket keeper.
Well, it will be Shaquin Ferguson, the new batsman. Ferguson, not the most recognized batsman, but he is so capable of hoisting a ball a fair distance. But you would think that if the Razor Massives were to chase down this target, it would come down to their captain and leader, Ashon Hodge.
And while we are waiting for the new batsman, our sponsors, Dr. Meha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Najiko Insurance, Carita Wall Greenville Home, Zemi Beach Hotel, Digicel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Radio Anguilla, Best Buy Supermarket, Class FM 92.9, Streamline, Mega Charles 54 YouTube, and Lloyd's Live. Those are our sponsors. And don't forget, tomorrow is the baton relay. The full program will be on for tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be Newman into the new batsman, who was looking to heave immediately but not making good contact.
And there we have this saga. This saga between the Pointers and Razor Massive.
He'll continue now, the bowler into bowl, and it's short and looking to pull, but completely missing that one. It's a new batsman who I believe is Rogers. Yes, it is Rogers, I believe, who's the new batsman.
So 1 to the total.
So it's going to be 112 now, the score. 112. They will need to start scoring a lot faster if they want to chase this 146 down for victory. As he will continue now, Newman. Between umpire and stumps. The ball to Ashon Hodge, who comes across and heaves it down towards a deep mid-wicket area. It drops short. They will only get the single.
Yes, not a good shot there, and not carrying to the fielder, but the fielder coming in quickly and just giving them the single.
He's in again now, Newman. And to ball to Rogers, who's right on the pads there, but he was going down the leg side. As a judge so as well by the umpire, so no run. But at the end of over number 18, the score has barely moved. It's 113 for 7.
Needing another 33 runs from 2 overs. This is a big effort. This will be a big task for the Razor Massive.
Again now, Newman.
6 sixes, we'll give it to you. That will be 36. Not anything less than that. You have to go for all big sixes. So from 2 overs, you need 33 runs.
They will have to start scoring and start scoring quickly. They'll need about 16.5 runs and over at this point in time.
Yes, the downfall of the Razor Massive, those 2 runouts back to back, was very unfortunate. But that's the way the game of cricket goes. Now they were cruising along, and then all of a sudden it happens. And then there, as yesterday when we had the break, shortly after the break, we had a breakthrough, and then today again, shortly after the break, there was a breakthrough.
It looks like it's going to be Damari Prince now who's going to be taking up the attack. He will only have the 1 over to bowl today, Damari Prince. Batted well for his half century. that will try to restrict the runs to take his team home to victory. Bowling the penultimate over, which some people call the most pressure over. The penultimate over of a game, especially when the chasing team is within striking distance. Prince bowling right arm off spin over the wicket into Ashawn Hodge, and he doesn't deliver this one, lets this one stay in his hand. He will have to refire. Dead ball signaled. Prince comes in again now. Past the umpire into ball to Hodge, who steps across and tries to swing himself out of his boots. Misses that one. It will be a dot ball.
Should have been playing that one straight instead of trying to play it into the onside. But I guess he has the big gap between mid-wicket and long on.
Here he comes again. Prince into Ashawn Hodge, just fight it up, and Ashawn goes over the offside. Two men converging. It will fall short. They will run one and get the second relatively easily. Ashawn is on to 40, I believe, and the score moves to 115. As it's Prince tossing the ball from hand to hand, not breaks into his walk past the umpire, jumps now into ball to Ashawn Hodge, who's trying to heave again. He's missing again, but it's a wide signal by the umpire. And Prince certainly doesn't agree with it, because he is arguing that Ashawn Hodge stepped across, so the wide line should move. He's now coming from around the wicket. He's changed his angle of attack. Prince into ball to Hodge. Flights it up and hoisted down towards mid-wicket. They will have to scamper through for a quick single. The Bears have been taken off. Oh, what a wonderful piece of fielding. Ashawn Hodge has to go, trying to scamper through for a single. He is gone, and with him all the chances for a Razor massive victory.
That was bad running. The ball was going straight to the fielder. You cannot scamper forward. The ball was traveling too fast. And the fielder just had to come pick up and make a quick throw. And there was the man backing up, and he was run out. The umpire was right there. So there's no error at all on the part of the fieldsman. Poor judgment, as we would say, on the part of Rashawn.
New batsman.
And we noticed that for most of the afternoon with Ashawn. Ashawn is misjudging the singles. His judgment for singles is not there. He's calling for the single, and he will start and then turn back. Many times he could get 2 runs and stay for 1. But all in all, that was a brilliant bit of fielding. I don't know who the fieldsman was, but he picked it up and he threw it straight back to the bowler's end, and there was the bowler catching it and dispatching the stump. Very good cricket indeed from the pointers.
Well, it will be Eric Rogers who will be facing up now to Damari Prince. Looking to see who the new batsman could be.
The new batsman, I think the new batsman there.
I think it's Mitchell Harrigan possibly who's the new batsman. It might be Mitch Harrigan. But Prince will be bowling to Eric Rogers. Long on a long off, deep extra cover, a deep backward cover or cover point, as Prince comes in now to bowl to Rogers. Rogers heaves down towards mid-wicket. He will just get a single. Score moves on to 117. 117 in the course of over number 19. For the loss of 8 wickets saw the Razor Massives, as Damari Prince will continue. Alright, I'm over the wicket. from the polyclinic end, and Mitch chips this one high, doesn't go far, and he's put that one there down, not able to hold on over a tough chance. He was going back, he was over his shoulder, and he had to put in the dive, but wasn't able to quite hold on there. They just get the single. Princeton again. And Rogers heaves it down to the long on fence. He will get a single. 119 the score, 119 at the end of over number 19. It is 119 for 8.
Needing some 27 runs from the last over.
This is cricket. We've seen crazier things happen in cricket.
5 sixes would do.
Even 4 would be very much guaranteed. That would pretty much.
That would be closer, but you need 4 sixes and a 4.
A couple of runs
and
in
a 4.
To that, but
nothing is impossible because we know Mitch could hit the ball hard.
Back in his day.
In his day, that's correct.
Well, there's going to be Alric Rogers, the man on strike. He's taken off. Well, he's been here without a helmet, facing the spinners. Going to work today by the pointers bowlers, and Captain Leon Lake, he's used his bowlers well, rotated them well, as it will be the man Newman to finish up. He will be there to finish up now. Newman bowling the final over. 146 required for victory. They are at 119. Newman into ball to Rogers, who heaves it down to the long run region. It's hit very firmly, but Jaden Carmichael will do the fielding. They get just a single. They'll need a lot more than that. 26 required from 5 deliveries. Now they need those 6s.
5 will do.
5 will definitely do. It's in again now, Newman. To Mitch, who's down the track and heaving down towards the deep square leg region. He will get 4. It was a full toss, a rank full toss, and he pulled it down to the deep square leg boundary. The man was on a forward square leg, and it was hit very hard. He could only get there to pick it up from behind the boundary rope because it sailed into the boundary. Newman again into Mitch Harrigan, and he's down the track but can only find the extra cover fielder, and Rogers dives back into his ground. He was going for a single, but Mitch, he's not as fast as he used to be. Mathematically, this should be impossible. Newman to Mitch Harrigan, who comes across and is struck outside one of the off stump, so they will not get the LBW shot they were looking for, but they scamper through for a single.
Yes, he was right across his stumps. No way that would have been LBW. Ball was outside the off stump and he's trying to sweep and miss it. Seems as though he got an edge onto it because there's no signal from the umpire.
It's 21 required from 2 deliveries. Mathematically, this should be impossible, barring a no ball or a wide. As this one is hit high, it's not gone far. It will drop around the extra cover area. They'll pick up 1, looking for the second. They do get the second. Score moves on to 127. 127 for a loss of 8 wickets. And this, I can say with some surety now that it is a pointers victory, and a well-deserved pointers victory. Newman, a formality now, this final ball, as Rogers just chips it straight back to the bowler. Newman has a wicket. Rogers will fall on the last delivery, and the pointers will walk away from this game with the victory. Once again, they have gotten the better of the Razor Massives.
Yes, they have, and this rivalry was from last year and now continues. So now the pointers, they have the better of Razor Massive in this, the first their encounter for the 2022 Anguilla Premier League competition. all in all, it was a very good match. We saw quite a few drop catches, but it's all part of the game of cricket. Recalling that Prince was dropped when he was 9 and he went on to score 69. So all that is part of the game of cricket, as we would say, and that the Razor Massive, the feeling was not all up to par for today. But I guess it's the start of the season. The guys are a bit rusty. So as the tournament goes on, Doc, I think that they will all improve.
Yes, and just as the Prince said the pitch would play, it did play. He said that once the game gets a few overs old, it becomes a lot more difficult to bat on, and that was certainly shown in this innings today, as Sean Hodge found it difficult to score after that drinks period. He was a bit bumped down, wasn't able to score as freely as he would have liked, and that translated to pretty much all the other batsmen for the Razor Massive, so were unable to score runs at a rate that they would have liked to, and a chase that at one point in time would have looked like a certainty has once again faltered. The Pointers in their first innings were looking like they may be touching 200 at one point, but their innings faltered after Damari Prince's wicket fell, and the same thing happened here for the Razor Massives. They were cruising, then after the water break they pretty much faltered as the pitch started to dry out just a bit and the rolls started to wear off just a little bit. It became so much more difficult to batting, but the pitch will continue to get better, as Bobby Black told us, as the tournament goes on, as it starts to bake in a bit more. It will get certainly a lot better.
Yes, and it was a new pitch that was laid down here at the Webster's Park, and it's playing very well so far. And as I mentioned yesterday in my summary of the game, is that if I was playing cricket, I would have liked to bat first on that strip, because it would have been playing the best way in the first innings yesterday. It would have.
But most of the Razor Massive had a very difficult choice whether they wanted to bat first or bowl first, because the pitch would suggest you may want to bat first, but because of the rain around, you know, felt that maybe they would want to have a bowl first and get the advantage of maybe a reduced total.
Yes, that is so true. But all in all, it ended up a good game. The rivalry continued, and we saw Razor Massive going down to the Pointers. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, listeners, wherever you are. Razor Massive going down there to the Pointers. Pointers 145 off of their allotted 20 overs, and the Razor Massive 126. So there, we invite you to join us again Saturday when we'll have another match here at the Webster's Park. So on behalf of my fellow commentators and commentsmen, I'm Renford Kelsick, wishing you a pleasant night and turning you back to our studios.
No, I could depend on you. Go ahead, give it.
Father's Day. He said today's Father's Day. We're going well. We're going to get better. We're going to get better.
Thanks for the exposure.
That's right. You're welcome. That's what
I'm coming. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, that's what you.
Towards the evening and later on, the 20 times right there, everything else. That's why I couldn't near the end I was leaving it on 2 more down. If I stopped, keep it so
If I had a rough camera, I wouldn't have had a problem with this one. But I found it this morning.
Okay.
I don't know how many